Hello, welcome back. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. We're gonna play some video game. I can't wait. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, 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 welcome. It feels like it's been forever since we last did this. We're gonna play some games. We're gonna play this. Oh, look at that. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We're gonna play this. We're gonna play Gnome Ranger. Because how could you look at this box art and not want to play Gnome Ranger? I don't know about you guys, but I look at this and I want to play this game. We're gonna play this game. We're gonna play Gnome Ranger. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Welcome everybody to the stream. Hope you're doing well this fine Wednesday. We're gonna play Gnome Ranger, and I cannot wait. This is gonna be a good time. Let me say hello to everybody. Hello everybody. Hello Alana Ray. Hello Dana. Hello Boborowskaya. Welcome. Hello Rat Clown Car. Hello Bifraction. Hello Summerbee. We'll get back to Drod probably next week. I think that's the tentative plan. Just need a short little break. Hello Zetsubera. Goodbye Zetsubera. There's the box art. Duck and Myra. Sam Hine. Welcome. Neck. Welcome. Bifraction, good to see you. Dieter Lavos, Krelosh. Hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna play Gnome Ranger. Here it is. Gnome Ranger, Gnome Ranger, Gnome Ranger. Now, we're gonna play Gnome Ranger. I don't even know what else to say. Do we need to say anything? We're gonna be playing Gnome Ranger. There she is. Gnome Ranger. Gnome Ranger. Gnome Ranger, Gnome Ranger. That should be my new avatar. Gnome Ranger. Rubber Kitty, welcome. Thank you for the 14-month resub. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. Syllogism, welcome. I agree. This is a level 9 text adventure game. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean when I say this is a level 9 text adventure game? Well, level 9 is the developers. Let me fix this. It's a British development studio, infamous for their text adventures. They were known as like the British Infocom. They were probably the most prolific, maybe not the most prolific, but the most notable British text adventure developers. They were right up there with Magnetic Scrolls. Yeah, level 9. This is the second level 9 game we've played on stream. We played Night Orc a little bit ago. When was Night Orc? Night Orc. Anybody remember watching Night Orc? I had a lot of fun playing Night Orc. Night Orc. That was back in July. We played Night Orc. Night Orc was actually like really fun. It's a text adventure that's very chaotic and insane. Night Orc introduced what's called their chaos gameplay engine. It's very chaotic. If you're familiar with text adventures, you know, you type things, solve puzzles, you explore, you draw maps, etc. Night Orc introduced a new system called Chaos, K-A-O-S, where there's multiple NPCs roaming around the world with you. And to solve puzzles, you must utilize the help of these AI-controlled NPCs to solve puzzles, like issue commands to them. While you do something else, you can synchronize actions with your very stupid computer-controlled teammates. It was actually a lot of fun. It was very chaotic and weird and hard to control, but I had a great time with it. This is the second game that Level 9 made for their Chaos gameplay engine. And actually, by all accounts, everywhere I've read, this is one of their best games, Level 9. So I'm actually really excited to play it. Look at that face. Look at that face. Yo, Skeleton Manners, your mom, welcome. Shooper, welcome. Good to see you. I don't remember when I first came across this game. Probably on a Duke Donuts stream, if I think about it. Duke Donuts, back in the days of his Digimag. We saw ads for Gnome Ranger, and it's so haunting, so grotty, so mesmerizing. It just stuck in my mind for years. And now we're playing it. I can't wait. Look at this is the box art. This is the entirety of the box art. This is how they sold their game. Black background, very plain text, Gnome Ranger. I love it. 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 If we turn the box over, we can read a little bit about Gnome Ranger. When Ingrid the Sloan Gnome is banished to the wilderness by her exasperated family, the monsters don't know what's hit them. Gnome Ranger is a magical 3-part adventure from level 9 using their Chaos Adventure system and featuring a 48-page Gnome diary in the box and masses of amusing text squeezed into the game. You bet we're going to read that 48-page Gnome diary before we play the game. There's new multiplayer puzzles needing cooperation to solve. Characters with their own goals and lives. Once recruited, they can carry out complex orders while you get on with other things. E.g., nymph, find thistle and pick it, go to hill, pick shoot, then put the ingredients in the pot. That's pretty complex. This has high-level commands to make your life easier. For example, look. I'm sorry. The first instance of EG, they do capital E, lowercase g, no periods between them, and then a comma. The second time they do lowercase e, period, g, no period. I'm sorry. A game that is exclusively text, you'd think they'd have a little bit more attention to detail when it comes to the text, but whatever. High-level commands to make your life easier. A run to place, find something, follow, and wait for someone. This has RAM, save, /restore, and undo, not 48K Spectrum. Superb quality digitized pictures on Amiga, ST, IBM Mac, CBM 64 disc, and Amstrad disc versions. Now, we'll be playing the Atari ST version of this game. This was released on a wide variety, every platform conceivable. Level 9 was notable for doing that. Their games were released on everything: Commodore 64, ZX Spectrum, the lowest model of ZX Spectrum, and like they said, Amstrad, all the way up to Amiga, ST, IBMs, etc., etc., etc. We'll be playing the Atari ST version of this game, and I'm pretty excited for it. Like I said, Night Orc was fantastic. I had a great time playing it. And this, by all accounts, whoops, there she is just better. It's a 3-part game. I don't know why they did that. I guess Night Orc was also a 3-part game. I think they did that so they could effectively port the game to these lower spec systems, where they split the game into 3 distinct parts, and that way each part could come on its own cassette tape for like the Amstrad or the Spectrum. But we'll see how it actually plays out when we get to it. Yo, Prostitution, welcome. Lost Iron Zoltan, welcome. Tefla, welcome. I'm so excited to see Gnome Ranger being played on Twitch too. Cannot wait. Yeah, that's a good point, Scylla. There are not many. Plundered Hearts? Did that let you play as a female? I don't know. I never played Plundered Hearts, the Infocom game. Regardless, we got a lot to read. So if you're looking to watch the game, well, we have to read a 48-page diary before we play the game. So let's get comfortable. I'm gonna put this over here. Like I said, this is gonna be my avatar. We'll have Ingrid the gnome just kind of hanging out over here. Gnome Ranger. This is the manual to the game. The manual is very basic. The manual, why am I doing air quotes? I'm Ingrid. Doesn't really tell much about the game itself, just technical information, how to play it. Boring, boring, boring. Boring, boring, boring. Gnome Ranger knows all the usual adventure commands, compass directions for movement, get, drop, examine, inventory, etc. Boring, boring, boring. People can be asked questions, high-level commands, etc. Producer, game, and pack design, Pete Austin. So I assume we have Pete Austin to thank for the beautiful design of Ingrid here. Game program and system, Mike Austin. Versions, Nick Austin, blah, 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 blah. Clues, guarantee, and copyright. Send this cover with a big stamped addressed envelope for a free clue sheet. Or replace the disc/tape free if you have trouble, and return it in the first month. After this, please send £1 or 3 for a 3-inch disc. Gnome Rangers, copyright 1987, all rights reserved. Okay, boring, boring, boring. Let's read. Oh, Rappyland, welcome. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's really beautiful. The Nettlefield Journal. Let me fix that cropping a little bit. Let me fix this picture. It should be a little bigger. There we go. She's just peeking in there. Move some windows around. Okay. The Nettlefield Journal by Ingrid Bottomlow. Translated from the Gnomic by P.K. McBride. Only available with the game Gnome Ranger. Copyright 1987, level 9 computing. Night Orc also came with a brief novella preceding the game, which we read. I guess this was a fairly common thing for a lot of adventure games back in ye olden times of 1987. I think it's cool. You will notice something very quickly, just before we get into it. It's... I think it's pretty funny in a very... I don't know how to describe why it's funny. Gnome. Gnome. The silent G has been included into every instance of spelling. Not is G-N-O-T, normally G-N-O-R-M-A-L-L-Y. This carries forward into the game as well. So it's good. It's good. It's good. It's a joke. It's comedy. It's funny. Water Day. 6th of Juniper. Institute of Gnome Economics. I do not normally keep a diary, but this was given to me as a leaving present, and it would be a shame to waste it. This will be the only entry that I shall write at the Institute. Tomorrow, I shall catch the stagecoach for a little moaning. I'll be home at Nettlefield Farm the day after. I've completed my studies here in record time, only 12 years. I did lots of reading in the library during the private idleness periods, and asked all my teachers for extra work. At first, the teachers weren't very helpful and complained about all the marking. But when they realized I was streaking ahead, they decided to help me to complete the course as quickly as possible and set a new record. They were very pleased with me. The principal herself said to me this afternoon as she presented me with the diary, "Ingrid, you're leaving here 13 years early and we are all delighted." I replied, "Thank you, Mistress Knee-High. I've had so much fun here and learnt so much, and I can't wait to get back to my family at Nettlefield Farm and put into practice all that I have learnt here." "Well, good luck to you, Ingrid, and very good luck to your family," she said kindly. "Thank you again, Mistress Knee-High," I said. "And now, I'd like to say a few words of thanks to the rest of my teachers and goodbye to all of my fellow students." I got out the speech that I had written, but the principal put her hand on my arm and said that no thanks were necessary, and goodbyes were best left unsaid, and if I really wanted to say something, I should write it in my diary. That was what they had got it for. Then she left and said she was going for a nice quiet stand in the garden for a month or two. If anyone wanted to join her, they could. It's very quiet here right now. The whole of the Institute is standing out in the garden. Who's going to bring them in if it starts to rain? Fire Day, 8th Juniper. Shortstop, Gnome, Little Hampton. I should have been home by now, but there's been a delay. There was a most unfortunate incident on the coach. It was pulled by a matched pair of bull terriers that the driver whipped most cruelly. I objected to this and made him stop. Then the dog sat down and wouldn't move. I thought very hard about the animal psychology course at the Institute, came up with an ingenious solution. At the next stop, I rigged up a pulley system with cotton bobbins, needles, and wool that dangled a biscuit in front of the dog's noses. As they ran forward, the wool was wound on and the biscuit slowly pulled into reach. When it had been eaten, a new biscuit would come into view, and so on. This all worked very well until the driver foolishly allowed his beard to be tangled up in the wool, and we had to make rather a long detour to get him to hospital. Sand Day, 10th Juniper, Nettlefield Farm. Home at last. Arback was waiting for me at the coach station. Arback isn't one of the family. He's a garden, not a bottom low. A garden gnome, not a bottom low. But he has been with us for years. I think he had been at the station for a few days, judging by the spider webs. I put my cases in the back of the dog cart and climbed up beside him. "Hello, Arback," I said, and gave him a playful tap to wake him up. He toppled over the side before I could catch him. It's ever so clever the way he does that. I could never keep as still as he does if I was falling down on my head. "Oh, hello, Flower," he said, climbing back up. He never remembers that I changed my name to Ingrid. It's a much more assertive name, I'm sure you agree. I was just lying down in that puddle thinking to myself, I bet our Flower's back. And here you are. Gee up, Flopsy. He picked up the reins without looking and flicked them. As Flopsy wasn't on the other end to weigh them down, the reins flew through the air and Arback toppled over backwards. Flopsy is our cart dog. I chose her myself and sent her as a Yuletide present for my parents. My father wanted a nice, quiet, small dog and told me that you can tell a quiet dog by its floppy ears, and that you can tell how big a puppy will grow by the size of her paws. He was wrong. Flopsy has got very floppy ears and very small paws, but she has grown into the biggest, bounciest dog I know. I think she's wonderful. She's also quite capable of taking her harness off. I think we'd better call her, don't you? I said to Arback as he struggled off the end of the cart and creaked round to the front. Or you call her, he said. Whenever I do, the daft bat leaps all over me and near squishes me to death. So I called for her. She heard me straight away and came flying over the wall of the coach yard, bounced off Arback's shoulders and into the driver's seat beside me. I gave her a nice cuddle and sent her to put her harness on while I helped Arback out of the puddle again. Everyone was asleep by the time we got to the farm. It looked as though they had all waited up for me for 2 nights. They must have been tired. I got myself some bread and cheese and came to my room to write my diary. Must remind Mother to use yeast when she makes bread. Mud Day, 11th Juniper. I don't know what Mud Day... I guess Mud Day is the days of the week. Juniper must be the month. Sand Day, Water Day, Fire Day. I'm guessing that these are just substitutes for like Wednesday, Friday. Sand Day might be Sunday. Mud Day, Monday. I'm guessing. I don't know. Oh, Mule, welcome. Dr. Furious, welcome. It's beautiful. I think Ingrid's beautiful. A Mud Day, the 11th of Juniper. Guess that's June 11th. Got up at sunrise and went out for a walk around the farm. I was going to unpack my cases, but the wardrobe has been removed, and the chest of drawers is full of carrots. Flopsy came with me, but everybody else was still in bed. I think I came home just in time. The farm is in a bit of a state. The flower bed in front of the farmhouse is absolutely covered in weeds. You can hardly see the nasturtiums? I guess those are flowers? The door of the bantam coop was wide open, and there were hardly any bantams in it. Most of them seemed to be sleeping in odd places all over the yard. The bantam cock was there, fast asleep. I woke him up and carried him out to the fence post, but he seemed to have forgotten how to crow, so I called cock-a-doodle-doo till he started. I must tell my family to keep Nettlefield tidy. Someone threw out an old boot, and it only just missed me. The windmill needs some work doing on it. The sails are tiny, useless things, and there doesn't seem to be much cement holding the stone walls together. I expect it needs repointing or something. When I got back to the farmhouse, most of the family were awake at last, though Grandma Knutson was still waiting in bed. We're still in bed. They were sitting around the kitchen table waiting for the tea to cool. It was nice to see them all again. My father, Noah Bottomlow, has got even fatter, so that he's almost as wide as he is high. Must talk to him about dieting. Mother, Nora, was sitting next to him, attacking one of her loaves with an axe. There were big chips out of the table all around the breadboard. Uncle Dusty Halfyard, who looks after the mill, was next to her. He looked old and pale, his skin almost as white as his hair and beard. And Mother asked him if he wanted some bread, and he shook his head. A cloud of flour puffed off, and when it cleared, he didn't look half so old. My brothers Bumpy, Dimple, Noggin, and Jonah were together on the other side of the table, all eating buttered bread. Well, Bumpy was eating his wooden plate by mistake, but he didn't seem to notice the difference. Bumpy had been sitting over by the fire when Flopsy and I came in, and Flopsy spotted him and bounced over the table to see if he would play. They were soon having a jolly game of rescue. Bumpy would cry out, "Help!" as Flopsy bounced up. Then she would drag him twice round the kitchen and leap back over the table before going to rescue him again. It did look fun, and Bumpy made a great show of looking desperate and suffering. In the end, Mother put a stop to it by hitting Flopsy with the loaf. I said, "Hello, everybody, I'm back." Father said, "Shut the door. The drought's blowing Dusty's flour into my tea." Mother said, "Sit down and have some bread, Ingrid." My dear brothers were overcome with emotion and left the room. I told Mother about the problems of unpacking. Father said, "So that's where I put the carrots," and went off to count them. Mother said, "Unpacking? I didn't think you'd be staying that long. Aren't you going off to seek your fortune?" "Oh, Mother," I said, "how could I leave you all again?" "Go on, try," she replied. "We lead a very quiet life here. You'll soon get bored, Ingrid." "Nonsense," I said. "I've got all sorts of things to do here." And I told her how grateful I was that my parents had paid for my education away at the Institute, and that I would repay them by helping turn Nettlefield into a model farm. I wanted to start by showing Mother how to make proper bread, but she said that she'd done the baking yesterday and I'd have to show her next time. This is so absurd. Ralph, welcome. Nonsense. I love how the family, the brothers, just are overcome with emotion and just leave without saying a word to her. I love how her first day at the farm, she wakes up a bantam cock, sorry, and teaches it to cock-a-doodle-doo, and somebody throws a boot at her. Oh, this is good stuff. Trees Day, 12th of Juniper. I didn't see Grandma Knutson yesterday. She hardly ever comes downstairs. I wanted to see how she was, so today I took her breakfast up to her. She was huddled up in bed with a big book of Norse legends. When I came in, she peered over the top, saw it was me, and said, "Oh, my tiny granddaughter." returned to her loving... What? Returned to her loving family? Oh, God. Why are you talking funny, Granny? I asked her. Fugni, she cried. How can you speak thus of the tongue of the Norse gnomes to a descendant of King Newt of the North? Oh, God. Really, Granny, I said. You know perfectly well that there haven't been Norse gnomes for 1,000 years, and you're only a Newtson because your grandfather was a nutter. Oh, what is this word? Unnatural child, she wailed and pulled the bed covers over her face. She's been like that for these last 7 years, said my mother later. She spent her life savings on a long boat and sailed up and down the river Dribble, terrorizing the neighbors until the boat sank. What happened to it? I asked. She dropped a loaf and it went straight through the bottom of the boat, my mother replied. This is completely preposterous. Water Day, 13th Juniper. I caught Mother about to do some baking this morning and asked her why she didn't use yeast for making bread. Yeast, she said? What's that? So I explained about how yeast is a sort of planty fungus that turns sugar into gas and makes the bread rise. We did it in domestic science at the Institute. She didn't think much of this and said, I'm not having any yeasty beasties scoffing my good sugar and burping into my bread. Then she started banging pots and pans around and it was impossible to talk anymore. My father's just been in for a chat about my future. He said that he was worried about a gnome maid of my talents and energy bouncing or burying herself down on the farm, and how he expected that I would want to go out and make a name for myself in the world. But Father, I said, I'm so happy to be home, and there is so much that needs doing here. Don't worry, I'll never leave Nettlefield. Never, he asked. Never, ever, I promised. He sighed heavily and sat down on my bed without thinking. It collapsed under him and I had to call my brothers to help him up. I must make sure that my father loses weight. Ayers Day, 14th Juniper. I was taking Flopsy out for her morning walk when I saw Bumpy standing in the middle of Sandy Bottom Field. He didn't seem to be doing anything, so I went over to see if he wanted to come along. But Bumpy said he was busy rabbit herding. I couldn't see any rabbits, and said so. Bumpy said, rather scornfully, rabbits is like that. Now he sees them, now he doesn't. How many are there in the herd? I asked him. His brow furrowed in thought for several minutes. I doesn't rightly know, Ingrid, he finally admitted. They never all comes out at once that I can tell. Well, they're all in at once now, aren't they? I said, pointing to the empty field. Why don't you go into the warren and count them? You do know your way around the warren, don't you, Bumpy? Of course I do. I be the rabbit herd, he replied, looking a bit doubtful. Then he brightened up and said, I know. Why don't you go and count them? And I'll keep a watch up here in case any comes out. I wanted to have a look around anyway, so I headed straight for the nearest hole. There was plenty of room for me as long as I kept my head down. It's quite a big old warren, with lots of tunnels and cozy nest sites, but it didn't take very long to work my way right round, complete the count. I came out of one of the back doors and walked around to where I'd left Bumpy. He and Arback were busy scrabbling at the hole that I'd gone in, and didn't notice me approach. There are 32 adults and a few nestfuls of youngsters, I told them. Ah, Ingrid, where'd you come from? Bumpy looked a bit startled, then he waved his shovel at the filled-in hole and said, It collapsed. I were just trying to dig you out. Really, Bumpy? I said. You shouldn't have worried. There are lots of ways out of the warren. I hadn't knowed that, he said. He sounded a bit put out. I expect dear old Bumpy had been looking forward to rescuing his sister. This is so like profoundly silly. I think this is great. This is so good. I guess her whole family hates her and wants her out. And everybody's trying to like scam and scheme and get her to leave or bury her alive or oh, Fire Day, the 15th of Juniper. You can't see out the kitchen window as the weeds have grown so high, so I said to Bumpy, "Look at the flower bed. The weeds are higher than the flowers. Why don't you pull them up? Your rabbits might like to eat them." He said, "I doesn't think rabbits eat flowers, Ingrid. Anyway, gardening be Arback's job." So I asked Arback when I saw him, but he refused, saying, "Feeding rabbits be Bumpy's job. I shall have to do something about it myself." Stone Day, 16th of Juniper. I spent some time with the guinea pigs today. Oh, I love guinea pigs. They're very sweet, but absolutely starved of affection. I made them line up nicely and gave them all a cuddle, one at a time. Some of them are getting quite heavy. Looks like there'll be plenty of ham this winter. Grandma Nutson has lent me, oh, Annals of the Ancient North. Nordic songs and runes, and the Norse invasions. There's some quite nice stories, but it's such hard work reading them. You're telling me. I really like the implication, not even the implication, I really like the idea that the ancient Gnomish language had G's everywhere in front of every single N in a word. And grandma is like obsessed with the history. But in modern Gnomish, they only replace or they only add an extra G if it's like the first N in a word. it's it's really hard to read, but I like it. Sunday, 17th Juniper. There was the most amazing conversation at breakfast this morning. Dimple had been out to feed the bantams, and when he came back in, my father said, "Fox been, has he?" Dimple said, "Never missed a Stone Day night." "Never missed a Stone Day night yet, Dad." So I said, "What?" "Fox always comes of a Stone Day night. Gets himself a bantam for his sand day lunch." Dimple didn't sound in the least bit bothered, but I was horrified. "And you let him?" I asked. "Well, he wouldn't have no Sunday lunch otherwise, would he?" said Dimple, as if that was the end of the matter. "It's not our job to provide foxes with free lunches," I told him. Dimple didn't reply, and as he had just taken a mouthful of bread, must get Mother to start using yeast. He wasn't going to be able to talk for ages, so I turned to my father. "It's only the one fox, and he works for it, Ingrid," he explained. "Flopsy runs for hours following the scent. It takes the bounce right out of that dog for a couple of days. And then the fox comes again trees days and airs days for Flopsy's midweek exercising." "Do you mean you're giving the fox 3 bantams a week just so that you don't have to take Flopsy for a walk?" I gasped. Father shook his head. "Oh, no. He only has 1 on Stone Days. That's our agreement." "Well, now that I take Flopsy out every day, you can cancel your agreement," I told him, and I shall make sure that they do. Mud Day, 18th of Juniper. When I came down to breakfast this morning, I said that I was going into Little Moaning to get some yeast. Did anyone want any shopping? I was going to tell them all about how good proper bread is. If I can persuade everybody else, then Mother will have to agree. But my father sent my brothers off to do some chores, and he told me how I should go to the village by the fell route and not by the road. He said it was much more interesting, and as long as I followed the signposts, I wouldn't get lost. Well, my father was half right. It was a much more interesting route. but if I had followed the signposts, I would have been hopelessly lost. They all seemed to be pointing in completely the wrong directions. Fortunately, I studied orienteering at the Institute, so I never get lost. The walk was very enjoyable, but little moaning was a disappointment. The shop didn't sell yeast. When I got home, my father said, "Flaming flibbertigibbet! Flaming flibbertigibbets! You're back! I thought you were lost." "No chance of that, father," I reassured him. That's the whole entry. Trees Day, the 19th Juniper. The Traveling Leprechaun, Seamus Sosmal, called today. He tells fortunes, sells herbal tonics, good luck charms, and magic spells, and is the local agent for a double glazing company. I tried to persuade my mother to have glass put in our windows, but she says she doesn't hold with those modern ways, and I don't hold with drowsy rooms, so we'll see what can be done. Drafty rooms. I wondered if the leprechaun had got anything that might help my father on his diet. I haven't got him on one yet, but I will. So I asked, "Have you a solution to the problem of excess weight?" "Something too heavy to be moved, is it? To be sure," he said. It sounded like my father, so I nodded. He rooted round in his bag and came up with a little bottle of green fluid. "Ah, here we are, Bagora. Just the very thing. Zeppelin's double L. That stands for lightning on account of how quick it works. Just sprinkle it on and read the spell on the label, and there'll be no more problems at all, at all." I tackled my father about his weight this afternoon. "There's naught wrong with being fat," he said. I remember Jumbo Butterpat, him that used to run the Green Gnome, telling me about a Mr. Charles Darkwind who'd written a book called The Origin of the Spacious. And he reckoned that a bit of extra weight helped you live longer. The survival of the fattest, he called it. "Correct me if I'm wrong, father," I said. "Didn't Jumbo Butterpat fall into the river when the bridge collapsed under his weight? And didn't they let him float out to sea after 3 boats had capsized trying to pull him on board?" "Well, not quite," replied father, a bit subdued. "But he managed to get an anchor attached to him while he was still in the estuary, and they used him as a mooring buoy all summer." He suddenly brightened. "It was his fat that kept him afloat and sustained him throughout his troubles," he added triumphantly. I can see that I'm not going to get much cooperation from my father. This is so good. This is the deep lore. I love it. Yeah, I really want to play more of Level 9's games. There is a direct sequel to Gnome Ranger here. There's a Gnome Ranger 2 called Ingrid's Back. So I'm not sure which Level 9 game I want to play next. I kind of want to play some of their older stuff as well. I don't know. Just so many games. Water Day, the 20th of Juniper. I went to see Uncle Dusty Halfyard at the mill today and suggested that he put bigger sails on so that the grindstone would turn faster. At the moment it hardly moves, even in a stiffish wind. "But Ingrid," he said, "it turns fast enough for me. I can get all our corn ground before the next harvest." "That's not the point," I explained. "It's a question of the efficient use of capital. If you had this working faster, you could grind all your neighbors' corn as well." "Why should I want to do that? They can use the mill and little moaning like they always have." I had to explain to Uncle Dusty at some length about financial opportunism and resource management. And in the end he said, "I'm sure there was a reason why we run it this slow, but I can't remember it right off. Anyway, I doesn't know how to make it go faster." "No problem, Uncle Dusty," I told him. "I studied windmill mechanics at the Institute. Leave it to me." So we did. I made some nice big sails out of flour bags and fixed them onto the vanes. That was a bit difficult, but I managed it. While I was at it, I greased the axles and replaced the old grindstone with one of Mother's wholemeal loaves. It was heavier and had a rougher surface. By the time I'd finished, there was a steady stream of fine flour, even though there was no more than a breeze. There is a bit of a wobble. Must check the transmission sometime. I couldn't do anything about the walls, as we didn't do building at the Institute. Must write to Mistress Nehigh and suggest that she puts it into the syllabus. We had turnip stew again for supper. I shall finish up looking like a turnip at this rate. While we were eating, I asked Bumpy, "How about rabbit pie for supper tomorrow?" He looked quite shocked and said, "But Ingrid, those aren't eating rabbits. They're milking rabbits." Ayers Day, the 21st of Juniper. Jonah was out fishing again today. I asked Mother what happened to all the fish he'd caught. I have noticed that the only fish we eat is bought from the fish gnome. He calls twice a week. He don't ever catch any, Ingrid. He reckons there's more to fishing than catching fish. Well, that seemed a bit silly to me. There's Jonah spending hours every day down by the stream, and we have to pay good money to buy fish. I decided to go and see what he was doing wrong. After all, I did study fishing at the Institute. Jonah was sitting on the bank holding his rod. It was difficult to tell if he was awake or not. He sleeps with his eyes open and doesn't move much when he is awake. I lifted his line out to see what kind of bait he was using. Really, Jonah is hopeless. Not only was there no bait on his line, there wasn't even a hook. It must have fallen off. I expect he must be useless at tying knots, for there wasn't a single hook left in his tackle box. Fortunately, I remembered how to make an effective hook with a safety pin. I always carry one of those. I broke off a nugget of bread from his lunch bag to use as bait, and lowered the line back into the water. It sank, which reminded me that I had promised to show Mother to make proper bread this afternoon. So I left Jonah hoping that he would have a lovely surprise when he caught his first fish. When I got back, Mother had just finished her baking, so I'll have to wait for another day. Fire Day, 22nd of Juniper. Uncle Dusty's really quite pleased with the mill. There's not been much wind this week, but even so, the sails have kept turning and the stone has kept grinding. He was grumbling a bit about having to work harder than usual, but he brightened up when I pointed out that he should be finished in time to have a holiday before the next harvest. Jonah was out all last night. We were wondering where he could have got to when the fish gnome came, and Jonah was lying in the back of his cart amongst the fish. He was very muddy and covered in pond weed. The fish gnome told us that he'd found Jonah in his nets further down the river. Jonah was rather feverish and kept moaning about being pulled into the water. I think he'd just fallen in while he was asleep. Oh, we're halfway through. The fish gnome had also brought Jonah's fishing rod back. Do you know, there was a fish on the end. Jonah has managed to catch one at last. He must be pleased. I won't tell him how I helped, as that might spoil it for him. Stone Day, the 23rd of Juniper. I told Dimple at lunchtime to make sure that all the bantams were back in their coop by nightfall, and to shut the door. Oh, Mooer, welcome. Thank you for the 7-month reset. Oh, beautiful, beautiful music. Yes, finally playing Gnome Ranger. I'm excited. Pod Muddle, welcome. Esports are for losers, welcome. Or just reading the novel, the novella that came with the game first to set the mood, establish the setting and the characters and the tone. It's brilliant. I told Dimple at lunchtime to make sure that all the bantams were back in their coop by nightfall, and to shut the door. He muttered something about his agreement with the fox, but said he would. I went out into the yard after tea to see how Dimple was getting on with the bantams. He was sitting by the door of the bantam coop holding it open. The bantams were wandering in and out of the coop and all over the yard just as they pleased. "What are you doing sitting there, Dimple?" I asked him. "Stopping door banging and wind," he said, as if it was obvious. "I thought you were supposed to be getting the bantams into the coop," I said. "I'm waiting for them to come in, then I'll shut the door." Dimple watched another bantam saunter into the coop, and 2 more saunter out. "You'll never get them all in at this rate," I exclaimed. "No, some of them don't like coop much," he agreed. Really? Sometimes I despair of my family. I rounded up the bantams one by one and shooed them into the coop. Dimple was supposed to guard the door so that none got out again, but he was useless, so in the end I had to get Flopsy to help. Even then it took a while. I didn't know we had so many bantams. Sunday the 24th of Juniper. The fox came last night and took another bantam. There's a trail of feathers from the coop right across Soggy Bog Field. I said to Dimple at breakfast, "Did you open the door for the fox last night?" "Didn't have to," he said. "There's a big hole in the back of the coop." He looked quite pleased. Him and his agreement with that fox. I spent most of the morning mending the hole. I couldn't find any planks, so I nailed some of Mother's flat loaves over the cap. I've noticed that the bantam's beaks aren't tough enough to get through the crusts. I love the idea that Ingrid's mother's bread is just like an all-purpose utility. She's now used it to patch up a chicken coop. She's used it to replace a grinding wheel in a windmill. And they also eat it. This might actually come into play when it comes to the game. A mud day, the 25th of Juniper. Seamus Sosmal's Zeppelin Double L instant weight loss was not quite what I'd expected. I saw my chance to try it out this afternoon when I spotted my father having a quiet nap in the barn. I got the bottle and sprinkled the green fluid. It was a bit pongy? Pongy? Pony? Pongy. It was a bit pongy. All over him while I read the charm on the label. "Now here's a heavy something lying on the floor. It's too much to bypass, step over, or ignore. But till we've got it out the way, we can't get on for sure. So I say hocus pocus, and then it's wait no more." Even as I read it, I knew it wasn't a slimming spell, but you can't stop a charm in the middle. I grabbed my father's hand as he started to float upwards. He opened a bleary eye and looked at me. "Hello, Ingrid," he said. "What are you doing here?" "Father, you know I wanted you to lose some weight," I began. "Oh, I?" he said warily and shook my hand free so that he could scratch himself. "Well, you have done," I told him as he drifted off towards the roof. It was a good job he'd been napping in the barn and not in the haystack, or we might have lost him forever. I was going to help him to get down, but he was in such a funny mood about it all, as if it was my fault that Seamus Sosmal's spell didn't work properly. I left him there to cool off. After After tea, I got the long ladder out and took him a couple of Mother's cobs to put in his tunic pockets. That gave him enough weight to bring him down to earth, but whenever he tried to walk, he turned head over heels. So I nailed one of Mother's loaves to each of his boots, and that cured that problem. He wasn't very grateful, though. Oh, this is so preposterous. Trees Day, 26th Juniper. I saw Noggin leaning over the side of the guinea pig sty this morning, scrattling around with a stick. I asked him what he was doing. "Cleaning sty," he replied. "Do it once every year." "Whether it needs it or not," I finished. He carried on, scrattling feebly, trying to work the old bedding towards the gate and not getting very far. Noggin, I said, wouldn't it be easier to get in there with a shovel? He looked shocked. I aren't getting in there with those beasts, he said emphatically. They'd be right savage. Nonsense, I said. To show him, I got a shovel and went into the sty. The guinea pigs came snuffling and shoving up to me. I gave them each a quick hug, then tapped them out of the way with a shovel. Then I shoveled out about as much muck as Noggin would have managed in a week before coming back out. Nothing to it, you see, I said, handing Noggin the shovel and pushing him through the gate into the sty. I was going to stay and watch, but I suddenly remembered that I had left Mother's socks drying by the fire, so I had to rush off to check that they hadn't burned. The socks were on fire when I got back, but I soon put them out. Then my mother came in and started to complain, and it wasn't until she shut up that we heard Noggin's cries for help. Really, he's hopeless. He just didn't realize that all the guinea pigs wanted was to sit on him for a cuddle. Though I suppose that 10 is a bit of a lapful. But it was only because he started shouting and fussing that they stampeded. He should be back on his feet in a couple of days. Bumpy is still trying to discover how to milk the rabbits. I said he should ask them. Water Day, 27th of Juniper. There was a good wind today, so I was about to get on with the washing when Uncle Dusty came in, complaining that the mill was grinding too fast for him, and he couldn't find any flour bags. And there's nowhere to put all the flour that's pouring out of the grindstone. In fact, it was pouring out of the gaps in the mill's walls and blowing about all over the yard. So I had to spend the rest of the day making new bags out of old sheets. I just remembered that I never got around to checking the transmission. Must do that soon, as the mill is definitely wobbling a bit. Uncle Dusty is still trying to remember why he used to run the mill slowly. Ayers Day. I wonder what Ayers Day. Maybe that's Thursday? Ayers Day? 20th of Juniper. Bumpy says that he asked the rabbits and has found that he was wrong. They're not milking rabbits. They're wool rabbits. Now he's trying to find out how to shear them. Grandma Nutson cornered me when I took her supper up. She said, "Have you enjoyed those books I lent to you, Ingrid?" "They're very interesting, Grandma," I replied tactfully, as I haven't actually got very far with them. "Interesting," she snorted. "Don't they make you want to sail the oceans along the boat, ravaging and pillaging?" she asked. "Not really," I admitted. Oh, dude, what is this word? "Oh, unadventurous child. You're as bad as these other ninnies?" She wailed and disappeared under the bed covers again. I shall mend her longship to cheer her up. Fire Day, 29th of Juniper. When I got up today, I found that everyone else, apart from Noggin, was already at breakfast. That was odd. I didn't have time to think about it because just then the post gnome brought a letter. Dimple took it and read it, and then he said, "Noggin's been kidnapped." Who on earth would kidnap Noggin, I asked. He isn't worth anything. Some nasty elves have grabbed him and carried him off to furthest Gnome Chester, Dimple explained. They're holding him for ransom. We can't afford to pay it. One of us will have to go and rescue him. "Oh, there's only one of us who could manage that," said my father, and they all looked at me. "Take Flopsy to guard you, and you can do it, Ingrid," my mother added encouragingly. Well, I was just about to rush off and pack my bags when I suddenly realized that it was a joke. I should have realized sooner. I know perfectly well that Dimple can't read. Oh, I did laugh. Nobody else laughed much. I expect they all had their giggle when they organized the ransom note. Stone Day, 30th of Juniper. I got up bright and early to start on Grandma Nutson's longship. It was hidden in a patch of nettles and had a great hole on the bottom, but I plugged this with an old boot from the Bantam coop. I did maintenance at the Institute. Grandma will be pleased. Flopsy and I shut up the Bantams after tea. It's much quicker now that I've closed the hole at the back. I realized that last week they kept wandering out again, and that the only reason we ever got them all in was that they eventually got tired of being chased around, decided to stay put. I counted them carefully. 23 plus the cockerel. Bumpy has been missing since Fire Day morning. We think he's probably somewhere in the rabbit warren. Sanday, 1st Julie. Grandma's missing too. We've still got 23 bantams and the cockerel. Dimple is worried what the fox will think about it. Just in case he thinks we've got the day wrong, I shall make sure the bantams are safely shut up every night from now on. Father took his boots off to paddle in the duck pond this morning, then fed his ballast loaves to the ducks without thinking. He drifted away, of course, which serves him right. But what was worse was that 3 of the ducks sank. 2 of them managed to get out by walking across the bottom, but there's been no sign of the 3rd. A rook from the Greater Cawing Rookery gave Father a tow back this evening. We've got him safely tied down for the night. What? Monday, 2nd Julie. I was woken up in the middle of the night by a noise out in the yard. I looked out and saw a fox, throwing pebbles at Dimple's shutters. His room is next to mine. He, the fox that is, not Dimple, he slept through all of this, looked rather cross and not a little hungry, but when he saw me, he skulked off quickly. I checked the bantams this morning. They were all there, and Mother's loaves were still in place over the hole, though I could see a few faint tooth marks in them. That reminded me about the baking, but by the time I got back, Mother had finished, so I'll have to try another day. Bumpy came back this evening, accompanied by a rabbit. I saw them coming into the farmyard and said, "Well, why'd you bring the rabbit back, Bumpy?" He muttered, rather shamefacedly, "I didn't. It brought me back." Then he turned to the rabbit and said, "Thank you. I think I can make it from here." The rabbit looked doubtful, but started to leave. "Wait," I called after it. "Come back again whenever you like and help yourself to these." I pointed to the sow thistles and chickweed that were flourishing in our flower bed. The rabbit nodded its thanks and hopped off. Bumpy wouldn't say much about where he'd been all weekend, but I gathered that when he was herding on Fire Day, one of the younger rabbits had picked up his sandwiches and run off into the warren with them. He had gone in after them and had been there ever since. In the end, they must have got fed up with him wandering about the place and decided to bring him home. I asked him if he had found out how to shear rabbits while he was there. He said, "I think I were wrong about them being wool rabbits." "Perhaps they're gnome herding rabbits," I laughed, but Bumpy didn't see the joke. Trees Day, the 3rd of Julie. Arback Garden's brother Isfront came to visit today, and he brought Grandma Nutson back with him. He found her washed up beside the estuary. Grandma said she was sailing along the dribble when I noticed an ancient boot in the hold. Naturally, I threw the nasty thing over the gunnels, and then water began, oh my god, running in, and my fine, long ship sank. I think that's what that says. She stopped and glared at me. Honestly, anyone would think it was my fault. Isfront is quite a bit younger than Arback. I don't think he's turned 200 yet. While he was waiting for Arback to come up from Soggy Bog Field, where he was selecting frogs to train up for the annual leaping race in Little Moaning, Isfront started to play with Flopsy. Well, I suppose it was really the other way around, but to stop Flopsy from bouncing all over him, Isfront threw a stick for her to fetch. He did this a couple times, then Flopsy did something which made me realize just how clever she is. Instead of running after the stick and bringing it back to Isfront, she picked up Isfront and carried him over to the stick. That way she'd got Isfront and the stick back together again, but it had only taken one journey. I was impressed. Isfront wasn't. He went and shut himself in the farmhouse. Water Day, the 4th of Julie. I have had Father on a bread diet for the last 3 days, and it seems to be working. He doesn't float now when we let go of him. I finally persuaded Arback to weed the flower bed this evening. I've been asking him for weeks, and he's kept finding excuses. I went out grumbling and promptly tripped over a rabbit. I'm sure he did it on purpose. Just then, Bumpy came back from Sandy Bottom Field. He looked very worried and said that the field was empty, which was odd for this time of day, and that his rabbits had gone missing. Arback must have heard, because he stuck his head out from amongst the weeds and said, "Not missing, Master Bumpy, just moved. And if I were you, I wouldn't step backwards." "Why not?" asked Bumpy, stepping backwards and falling over. "Because there's a rabbit behind you," replied Arback. "Oh, you noticed," he added. And there were rabbits all over the place, and all heading for the flower bed. By the time they left, you could actually see a few of the flowers. The weeding is getting done after all, thanks to me and the rabbits. Ayers Day, the 5th of Julie. There was a bit of excitement this evening. I'd been sent down to Little Moaning to see if I could find anyone who wanted to buy bantam eggs. Now that they're spending so much time in their coop, we're finding more eggs while they're still fresh. And there'll be even more in future, seeing as the fox has been sorted out. As I was walking down Plow Gnome Lane, a gang of ruffians wearing cloaks and hoods leapt out on me, tied me up, and put me in a bag. I was so surprised I didn't have time to do anything about it. Then one of them said, "Aha, me hearty, we be the press gang, and you be just joined the Navy." There was something very familiar about that voice, but I can't quite work out what it was. Well, I wouldn't have minded joining the Navy, but I do like to do things my own way. I managed to reach the little pair of scissors that I always carry, and I cut through the ropes. I could hear the two that were carrying me starting to puff and pant as they reached the steep bit in Plow Gnome Lane. So I waited until they put me down for a breather. Then I leapt out of the bag and laid into them. We did self-defense at the Institute. That surprised me. They ran off down the hill, but I managed to trip up one of them as they went past. He was ever so fat, about as big as my father, and he rolled down the hill, knocking over the others and sending them flying. When I got back from Little Moaning later, the Green Gnome has put in a regular order for 2 dozen eggs. The shop says they'll stock them. I found my father and brothers being patched up by my mother. They were all battered and bruised. Apparently, Father had fallen out of the hayloft and landed on them all. Really, they are a clumsy lot. Hey, Smevel Bear, welcome. Tango Bunny, welcome. Iron Zoltan, welcome. Yeah, we're almost done with the novella. There's only a few more pages left. It's really quite delightful. I like this. It's extremely absurd and silly and just goofy and very I think it's good. Fire Day, the 6th of Julie. Dimple is even more battered now. This afternoon he'd met the fox who had to go at him for breaking their agreement. Actually, Dimple got off very lightly as the fox had broken all his teeth trying to bite through Mother's loaves to get at the bantams. Otherwise, our Dimple might have been bitten. As it was, he was only gummed. Dimple was going to complain, but I pointed out that if he had taken Flopsy for walks himself, rather than employing the fox, he would never have got into this mess. He had to agree. The rabbits have eaten all the weeds in the flower bed, which is super. Unfortunately, they've also eaten the nasturtiums. But we couldn't see them anyway, so that doesn't really count. And my father's prize marrow. Well, I didn't know that it was in the middle of the flower bed, and from what my father was saying, it was so big that we would never have managed to get it down to Little Moaning for the annual show. It's tomorrow, and there's a fair. Stone Day, the 7th of Julie. The fair was lots of fun. There was one of the newfangled hot air balloons. The man lit a fire underneath it, and the balloon floated up right over our heads. There was a rope to stop it floating away. He was charging people to have rides in it. Father asked me if I wanted a ride. I said, "Really, Father? I think it's a waste of money. I shall be content just to watch." But Bumpy decided he was going to have a ride, so he bought a ticket. Then changed his mind. I thought that was an even worse waste of money, so I took his place. Nobody else would. They pulled the balloon down so that I could get in the basket, then let it float up again. That was fine. But Father and Bumpy couldn't leave well enough alone and started fiddling with the ropes, trying to improve the knots. And both ropes came completely loose. It was rather nice having a proper balloon ride. You can see for far enough up there. After a while, I realized that the wind was carrying me out over the sea, so I made a loop in the end of a rope, caught a passing seagull in it, and got him to tow me back towards the farm. It was getting dark, and the balloon was losing height steadily by the time we were over Little Moaning, and I knew I'd have to reduce weight if I wanted to reach the farm. We did the principles of ballooning in elemental science at the Institute. So I untied the bags of sand that were around the basket, and I dropped them off somewhere near Plow Gnome's Lane. That gave me enough height to clear the hawthorn trees before the house. The balloon snagged on the barn and tipped me out onto the hay before ripping off the roof and coming to rest in Soggy Bog Field. I was just brushing the hay off me when Father, Dimple, Jonah, and Noggin came in from the end of Plow Gnome's Lane, carrying Bumpy between them. Drunk, I expect. Sunday, the 8th of Julie. Uncle Dusty has been complaining again. He said, "I be sure it's hard on the mill. They sales going so fast." "Don't you mean it's hard on the miller, Uncle Dusty?" I said with a laugh. He actually has to work a bit now, rather than fiddle around like he used to. But he had to admit that he's almost finished the year's grinding, months ahead of schedule. The wind seems to be picking up, and I can hear the mill creaking from my room. Must check the transmission tomorrow. Mud Day, 9th of Julie. Uncle Dusty ground the last of the corn this morning. This was just as well, as the mill collapsed this afternoon. It was a shame that Uncle Dusty was in it at the time. Still, he's not hurt much, and he can talk. I heard him say, "Tell Ingrid that I've remembered why I used to run the mill so slowly." We'll dig him out tomorrow if it doesn't rain. Trees Day, the 10th of Julie. It rained all day, as everyone was stuck inside the farmhouse, except for Uncle Dusty, who's still stuck inside the mill. I organized a game of Gnomopoly, and I won. Actually, most of the time there was only me and Flopsy playing. I had to take her goes for her. Everyone else had gone bankrupt and dropped out before we hardly started. Water Day, 11th of Julie. After lunch, my mother said to me, "Ingrid, you've been here nearly a month, and you still haven't visited Great Aunt Halfyard over at Doomlade." "But, Mother, what about the wool?" Jonah began. "Yes, of course, I'd forgotten the wool," Mother interrupted him. "We have some wool to send her, don't we? And won't it be a lovely walk through Darkwood for Ingrid?" Everybody agreed it was a lovely walk, but unfortunately, they were all too busy to come along this afternoon. Actually, it wasn't a very nice walk at all through Darkwood, though it might have been on a sunny day. As it was, With it being a damp, dismal day, Darkwood was almost pitch black. I could hardly see anything. About halfway through, Flopsy came bounding up and wanted to start playing. She must have run after me from the house, but I biffed her off me. She was all wet and sent her back home. Great Aunt Halfyard was very pleased to see me, though she couldn't understand why I had brought her 3 balls of wool. She seemed surprised when I told her I'd come through Darkwood. But, my dear, didn't they tell you about the great wicked wolf that roams in the woods, eating travelers? No, I said. I expect it's gone. Didn't eat me, did it? Came back through Darkwood, and Flopsy came bounding up again, determined to have a good old rough and tumble. Well, with all that walking to do, I didn't feel like playing. So I gave her one of my fancy judo throws. She took it. Silly old Flopsy. Don't mind me, just gonna judo throw my dog. I wonder what the size of these gnomes are. It hasn't really been established, just kind of contextually. I guess dogs are probably about the size of gnomes in this world. Hey, Son Goku, welcome. Oh yeah, lots of reading for now. We're reading the novella that came with the game, Gnome Ranger. This is very important. It sets up the story, the characters, kind of the universe. It's quite delightful to read. One of my fancy judo throws. Ayers Day, the 12th of Jubilee. We were halfway through digging Uncle Dusty out of the mill. Good God, how long has he been in there? Since the 8th? 4 days. We were halfway through digging Uncle Dusty out of the mill when the traveling leprechaun Seamus Sosmall appeared in the yard. Shore and Begorra, he exclaimed, looking at the ruined mill, the roofless barn, broken pigsty, the stripped earth of the flower bed, and at my poor family. Jonah's nose still red from that nasty cold he caught, along with his fish. Noggin's bruises only just starting to fade. Bumpy's head in bandages. Something fell on him on the way home from the fair. He wasn't drunk after all. Dimple still nursing the black eye that the fox gave him. And, of course, Uncle Dusty's leg sticking out from the pile of rubble. There's been a hurricane, but I didn't see the signs of it in Gnomebridge, said Mr. Sosmall. Violet's not been there, said Father. How typical of him to think of me in the midst of our troubles. I smiled at him and said, You can show me on the map later, Father. Sure, and it seems to me you could do with getting yourself some good luck, said Seamus. No, what we need to do is to get rid of our bad luck, answered my father. Perhaps you can help. Father led Seamus Sosmall off to the farmhouse and left us to carry on digging out Uncle Dusty. We all worked quite hard, and had cleared down to the head and shoulders when it was time to stop for lunch. The leprechaun was leaving as we went in. Sure, and don't worry yourself, Mr. Bottomlow, sir, he said. Everything will work out just fine, but remember, no peeking. He stood aside to let me pass and said, Goodbye, Mistress Ingrid. It was interesting knowing you. Aren't you coming back then, Mr. Sosmall? I asked, but he just waved. We finished digging Uncle Dusty out this evening. Apart from being rather bad-tempered and a bit squashed, he was perfectly all right. Do you know, he'd eaten half the grindstone while he'd been stuck there. Fire Day, 13th Jubilee. I've been thinking about the problems that we had with the windmill, and I have had a brilliant idea. I explained it all to my family when I came in for my mid-morning break, and they were sitting around the table having breakfast. We are going to build Uncle Dusty a watermill, I announced. And before you tell me there's no water, I've already thought of that. We'll dig a canal from the dribble, through to the bottom corner of the yard. We'll have the mill pond there with ducks on. Just a minute. My mother interrupted me. That'll mean the canal goes through the farmhouse. And across Sandy Bottom Field. My rabbit's holes will be flooded, protested Bumpy. It'll ruin the fishing on the dribble, complained Jonah. The long boats will get stranded in the mill pond, wheezed Grandma Nutson. The flour would go all soggy in a watermill, said Uncle Dusty. Stop, shouted my father. I've already asked Dodger and Bodger the builders to come and rebuild the windmill. But anyway, aren't you all forgetting that we have got our Ingrid a present as a reward for all that she's done for us? Everybody relaxed and looked at me and smiled. They are a lovely family, really. Father went to the cupboard and came back with a gift-wrapped scroll for me. I wonder where he got it from. Can I open it? I was so excited. Not here, said my father quickly. This is something specially for you. Open it in your room later. Later. Well, so here I am, and here's the scroll. I wonder what it could be. A treasure map? My certificate from the Institute of Gnome Economics with illuminated lettering? A health and wealth spell from Seamus Sosmo? An early birthday scroll? A trick scroll full of itching powder? Oh well, only one way to find out. Knowing how my family feel about me, I'm sure it will be a wonderful surprise. And that's the end of this book. And so that's the backstory for the game. I presume that the game picks up immediately after reading the scroll. What a lovely, delightful story that was. The Nettlefield Journal. Oh, there she is. There's Ingrid. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Gnome Ranger. I thoroughly enjoyed that story. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I think it does a really good job of setting up the characters, establishing Ingrid, especially. She's like very earnest and sincere and trying to help everybody and improve things, but she's terrible at it. Cannot read the room or her family, and everybody hates her and they're trying to get rid of her. And it's just preposterous. Oh, good stuff. I'm not sure the easiest way, Summer, to find it. I don't know, just Google? Let me try and get a link here. Oh yeah. You can literally just Google Gnome Ranger Manual, and the very first result is Internet Archive with a link to the PDF. It's fortunately pretty easy to find. Let's play the game. I guess we have to play it. I guess there's a game here that we should play. So let's play the game. We got the characters, we got the story, the world. Game. There we go. Gnome Ranger. We'll be playing the Atari ST version of Gnome Ranger. Oh, got my Atari ST. Now, unfortunately, the only disc I could find was like some compilation, Super Gal compilation disc. So I don't know if this is a clean dump or anything, but here it is, game. .prg. Oh, let me fix the cropping there. Get rid of that. Perfect. There she is, Gnome Ranger. Oh, start the timer. Oh! I didn't get a chance to read that. Oh, welcome to Gnome Ranger, copyright 1987, level 9 computing. The game based on Ingrid Bottomlow's reports of her adventures in the wilderness. As you join her, Ingrid has just been teleported far from Nettlefield by a faulty scroll. This version allows you to use RAM save and RAM restore to save a position in memory, and oops to take back bad moves. We missed the picture of Ingrid, but we've seen a lot of her. Ingrid was beside a sturdy little stone-built shop at the end of a road which meandered north across a grassy plain. A multitude of tracks pitted the ground. The countryside was almost uninhabited, and the air was strangely silent. The loudest sound was rushing water, far to the east. Exits led north, northeast, east, northwest, and inside through a door. Ingrid could see some wooden shutters and a door. What now? So similar to Night Orc, this is just strictly text-based adventure game with static images that change to represent the scene that we're in. It's interesting that we're just playing. Like, what's our goal? I guess we're trying to get back home. So we read the scroll. They call it a faulty scroll here. And it teleported Ingrid to some place, a grassy plain. So I suppose we're just trying to get back to our house? I don't know. God, it's been a while since I played a text adventure. I should probably like immediately boot up the mapping software and start mapping things out. Night Orc. I'll be referring to Night Orc quite a lot because that's the only other level 9 game I played. Night Orc had a gigantic map with a lot of empty nothingness space in it. Night Orc, I spent a lot of time charting and mapping, only to find that it was mostly a waste of time. Although it helped for sure. It helped for sure. But there was very little of interest to find. And the way the game is set up, at least the way Night Orc was set up, you could simply type go to place and you would automatically go there. So as long as you knew about different locations, you wouldn't have to navigate to them manually. You just type go here and you'd go there. I didn't take advantage of that whatsoever when I played the game. Maybe we should do that here. I'm probably gonna have to draw a map. I haven't tried the level 9 interpreter, no. I'm using Steam to emulate an Atari ST. Beautiful graphics. Alright, well, what do we have? Inventory? Ingrid owned nothing at all. What now? Yeah, they're really going all in on the G's. I love it. So we're in a field. I have not played Lost Pig, no. I have not played very many text adventures, period. I really would like to play more of them. I kind of want to just draw a map, dude. Instantly. Let's do it. It's very important. Put that over here. What the heck? What the heck? Why is that so jacked up? What the heck? Hello? Is this thing on? Hopefully I did that quickly enough to prevent the VOD from being split. Oh, nice, we're back, okay. Oh, I love OBS. What a solid, powerful program. I tried to add a capture for Trisbort and it just crashed. So let's do something. Let's delete this. How do I do this? Delete. Add a new window capture. Trisbort. Not live split. There. Fix that. Shrink that down. It'll take my place. Okay. Gotta shuffle my windows around a little bit. Alright, how do I use this program again? I always have to relearn. Room. Room. I really should have set this up ahead of time. Turn that grid off. Room. We'll call this start. Now this is probably unnecessary to thoroughly map out everywhere and everything in this game. It's probably completely unnecessary. And we may abandon this endeavor partway through, but for now, exit to the north, northeast, east, northwest, and inside through a door. We'll call this in. So again, the can I show this? Just a sec here. Save. Gnome Ranger. The map for Night Orc. This is what it looked like. I don't know how well this comes across on stream. The map for Gnome Ranger was tremendously large. You can see here, it just had tons and tons and tons and tons and tons, hundreds of rooms. The vast majority were simply empty plains. It was kind of simulating a gigantic, sprawling field. Telly Zeno, welcome. Thank you for the 7-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to Gnome Ranger. So I spent a lot of time just adding in these rooms for the sake of completion. I gave up entering all the links between them at some point because there's just so much. I suspect this game will follow the same kind of world building strategy where there's specific points of interest scattered throughout the land, but the vast majority of the areas will just be complete nothingness. However, until we know for sure, we don't know, so start drawing a map. Yeah, this is level 9, the same company who did Night Orc. This is their follow-up to Night Orc, Gnome Ranger. We just got done reading the the novel. What now? What do we do? I guess we look. Oh, I don't know if I like the sound of my typing. Look at the shutters. There were close-boarded wooden shutters over the shop window. There were no visible fastenings, and the well-greased hinges were designed to open outwards. Ingrid guessed that they could probably be opened swiftly enough and silently enough to knock early morning songbirds off the window ledge. A small flurry of feathers on the ground confirmed this. The shutters and door were shut tight. Ingrid tried the shutters, but they were secured from inside. As for the door, it was double locked and firmly bolted. I'm going to mute. I'm not going to listen to beep, 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 beep with every single keystroke. Let's mute that. Look at the feathers. It's the exact same description as the window shutters. Does that just look? No. I gotta get my bearings. I gotta get used to playing these games again. Tracks pitted the ground. I could go north or go northeast or go northwest. So the door is locked. Thick wooden door bound with iron and embossed with iron studs. The shutters and the door were shut tight. Fastened to it was a brass knocker and a shop-soiled note. What now? Read the note. It's a handwritten note on a piece of stiffish white card. It read, Happy Valley General Stores, last shopping centaur for 30 leagues. Trade inquiries welcome. Please knock. Ingrid made a mental note to point out the spelling mistake. Center? Centaur? Can I take the note? It didn't budge a single inch. Use knocker. You don't need to use. Oh, really? Knock on door. Ingrid reached for the knocker, but found, not surprisingly, that it was too high. She shrugged and knocked loudly on the door with her knuckles. Ingrid put a stop to the what now messages. What? So I guess we wait. A centaur opened the door and shudders from inside with a shopkeeperly flourish. Rubbed his palms together eagerly and backed inside, beckoning Ingrid to follow. Let's go in. Ingrid went inside through the door and was inside the shop. It was packed with a bewildering variety of objects piled on the shelves and on the floor, hanging from the rafters, all crammed in wherever they would fit. Some of those at the front of shelves and on the tops of heaps were clean and shining, but the rest had grown a skin of dust as if to hide themselves from casual eyes. An exit led outside through a door. Ingrid could see the centaur. An impressive piece of holy smokes! Impressive piece of armor, a capacious backpack, a charming necklace, a curious brass lamp, a magisterial black rod, a suspicious-looking bunch of keys, a cheese sandwich, a pointed shovel, and a map. The centaur introduced himself. Hello, my little rosebud. I am Capricorn Centaur, or Cap for short, humble proprietor of this multifarious emporium. Perhaps you'd like to engage in a little trading. I'm sure it will be to our mutual advantage. You may take anything your heart desires from this infinite variety simply by giving me any 2 other items in exchange. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Alright, let's... We are in the Centaur shop. There are... What all is in here? Holy smokes. I gotta take a note of all of this. So when it comes to text adventures, typically they follow an established like syntax with the writing. There's the room description, then a list of exits, and then a list of objects within the room. So we know, just at a glance, that the things after the word Ingrid here are all objects we can interact with. So I'm going to make a note of every single individual object here. There's a piece of armor, we have a backpack, we have the necklace, brass lamp, black rod, a bunch of keys, cheese sandwich, shovel, map. So now we have a list of all of those. I don't have any objects at the moment, so I can't get any of them, I don't think. Capricorn, the Centaur. Cap, tell me about the map. Holy smokes. Centaur cleared its throat and said, "The map's a faded old map. It showed the witch's cottage at the north, and the shop to the south. In the southeast corner lay a waterfall, and to east and west a marsh and pinnacle, respectively. The top right corner was shaded in such a way as to indicate forest. For some reason, the mapmaker drew a little picture of a girl in the forest area." Cap said, Trading is a rather difficult if you have nothing to trade, but perhaps something can be arranged. Would you care to run a little errand for me instead? Would you deliver this? It contains a private letter to my dear old aunt. She lives in the sweetest little cottage just a short walk to the north of here. He fished out an envelope and offered it to Ingrid. So the map told us, oh my goodness, dude. There's a lot here, a lot to take in. Told us of a number of locations: a witch's cottage, the shop that we're in, waterfall, marsh, pinnacle, probably a mountaintop, forest. So I can type ram save just to test something. Let's do go to cottage. And look at this. This is the power of level 9. And now we're at the cottage. So again, we don't, strictly speaking, need... I didn't pick it up though. Oh, we got a new picture. I'm just kind of testing things out, just feeling things out. Beautiful picture. We don't, strictly speaking, need to map out precisely where everything is. As long as we know the points of interest, we can just type go to this place and it'll navigate there for us. I think if you type run to shop, then it cuts out all the excess steps in between. Yep, now we're back at the shop. Run to waterfall. Now we're at the waterfall. Do we get a new picture here? No picture. Oh, picture. It just takes a moment. Beautiful. Okay, RAM load. Take envelope. Okay, now you can take one free item, but don't forget to deliver that envelope. Oh dear, how the heck do I know what I want? I guess for starters, we'll just take the map. Since I have the list of objects here, I can always probably come back and just trade. Interesting how the graphic didn't change. I restored back here. Let's take the map. Examine envelope. Addressed to Sybil Fay, Little Witch Enterprises, Coven Cottage, Spellbinding Lane. Oh, well, that's the witch's cottage. Okay, cool. Examine the map. Now, I wonder what the purpose of taking the map is. If we can examine it and read it while it's in the store? It seems like it might be completely useless to carry it with me. I wonder if I can trade this back in. Give map to Cap. You give me one more little thing, you can have any... Take map. This is scary. Yeah, this sounds soft locky. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, go back, RAM load. Take the envelope. What in the heck should I take? I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to add to my little map here. Witch's Cottage to the north. It's to the north. Shop, that's where we're at. Rename this to outside shop. Southeast corner. So waterfall. To east and west a marsh. So east, there's a marsh. West, there's a pinnacle. Top right corner is a forest. And there's a girl up in the forest area. I kind of have some rough landscape markers here. I don't know what I want. Let's look at all the things. Shining breastplate of burnished steel, inlaid with an intricate filigree of silver and gold, marred only by the small, neat bullet hole on the left. Probably want the backpack to start with. A true adventurer's backpack designed for comfort and capacity. Okay, just do X. Nope. Why not? And just do look. Pretty string of small pink and white pearls. Does look give me a different description than examine? No, okay. It's a lamp. Antique lamp. Ooh, that might be like a genie lamp. Okay. Long rod of lacquered ebony tipped with a ferrule of case-hardened steel capped with a massive knob of solid silver. What the heck? Keys. A bunch of keys. 5 in all. Massive one of black iron, 3 smaller ones of bronze. What about the 4th? Where's the what with the 5th key? 5 keys in all, but they only describe 4. Oh, how very mysterious. A sandwich badly wrapped in grease-proof paper, curling at the edges to reveal pale orange cheese and a thin scraping of butter. Delicious. Short-handled shovel. I have no idea what I want. Can I leave? And go back in and still take something. I can, okay. So I'm not going to take anything. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave it to where I can take any object I want, but not take anything until I have a need for any one of these. So let's take the envelope. Leave the free item for now. We can return to pick that up whenever we find something we need. I'll go out. Yeah, exactly. Jeez whiz. Let's try not to take anything. So let's go deliver the envelope. Let's save here. Okay, open the envelope. Ingrid. We're taking courses on etiquette. The advanced social graces of the Institute knew that one was not supposed to open private letters to other people's dear old aunt. But she also knew that there were times when the normal rules of courtesy did not apply. She tore open the envelope. Good. This is marvelous. Take letter. Read the letter. It was a hurriedly scribbled note. Dear Mistress Fay, here's another gnome for your garden. I shall expect the usual commission. Signed Cap. Ooh, I see. They're trying to get rid of me. Everybody's trying. Well, not necessarily. Let's not jump to conclusions here. This might not be bad. It's probably bad, but it might not be bad. Well, let's go deliver it. I'm going to ram load to before I open the envelope, and let's go deliver the letter. Go to cottage. So what I can do is use the travelogue here to kind of fill in the rooms between the shop and the cottage. So you went north once, twice, 3, 4, 5, and we were outside the cottage. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th one was outside the cottage. Now it doesn't give me the different exits to the rooms. And they all just default to the word room. But it looks like it does tell me if there is something of interest in the rooms. For example, a broad muddy puddle is on the 1, 2, 3rd. So 1, 2, 3. Road with a puddle. Road with prickly brambles. The road went through the gate here, and a high fence stretched all around the cottage. Exits led northeast. East. South. Southeast. See, look at this, dude. You can go anywhere from anywhere. We can't go north, but we can go inside, so I assume that north is up, or inside's kind of up. See a wooden gate, a painted sign, some statues of stone or concrete. Those are probably the other gnomes. Look at the gate. A tall gate of thick wood, too high for Ingrid to even reach the top. Most of the paint had long since blistered and peeled until only shreds remain. There's one small patch of new paint, but that ended abruptly in a ragged, dripply edge, as if the painter had suddenly got bored, rigid, and abandoned the job. Gate's massive hinges were thick with flaking rust, definitely in need of a spot of grease. It found a small crack in the wood and peered through. Through the gate, Ingrid could see an uncared-for little cottage with an overgrown front garden. Dotted all over amongst the weeds and long grass were a large number of stone or concrete statues. The southeast corner of the garden was a large wooden kennel. Kennel was held fast with a peg thrust into an iron hasp and staple. Inside was the dog. Wow, it's a lot of stuff. There's still a sign and some statues. Okay. A sign painted on a flatboard. The lettering was a bit faded, but still legible. It read, Little Witch Enterprises. Statues a specialty. Please walk in. A note had been added in smaller letters. Don't worry about the dog. It's locked up. collection of very lifelike statues of gnomes, standing, sitting, walking, stretched out in sleep. One was fishing at the pond, another feeding the birds, and the third was poised with a paintbrush. The way a droop of paint had been caught at the tip of the bristles, particularly realistic. Maybe we're not safe here. But let's go in. Open the gate. Go in. The rusty hinges squeaked loudly as the gate swung slowly open, then snapped shut like a trap. Ingrid went inside and was in the large, overgrown front garden of an old and unkempt cottage. Once, long ago, there may have been well-clipped trees, neatly tended flower borders, a closely cropped lawn. Now there was a sea of grass and nettles and a strangling tangle of ivy and sookbind covered the trees. Paths trampled through the wilderness. Someone had recently dragged a statue across the garden, cutting a long scar through the soil. North through a door, northeast, east through a gate, and outside. Here you can see a dog kennel, dirty window, and a gate. East goes through the gate. No, east goes through the door. We can go outside. What? Oh, I'm getting confused here. So this is the front garden. In. From the garden, we can go north through a door, northeast, east, through a door, to outside. So there's two different doors? A massive kennel, almost the size of a garden shed, made from rough-hewn timbers held in place by hefty nails. Kennel door was held fast with a peg. Inside was the dog. The dog's furious yapping resounded from within the kennel and filled the garden. Iron-framed window beside the door. Through its grimy glass, Ingrid could see a witch-like old lady hobbling about inside. A cauldron hung in the fireplace, and the shelves next to the chimney breast were an untidy scatter of old books and indescribable things in glass jars. The witch peered out through the window, saw Ingrid, and gestured with a bony finger towards the front door. Ooh. The gate which we came in through. Let's explore first. Let's go east. Okay, east is the doghouse. Now, almost certainly, I wonder if he can die in this game. He probably can. Although not necessarily. What happens if we open the kennel? Ingrid took the carved wooden peg from the kennel. What is happening? The dog entered from the east through the door. The witch plucked out her wand, pointed a bony finger at the gnome maid, and cast a spell through the window. Ingrid stopped in mid-stride and toppled slowly backwards into the long grass. Without Ingrid there to lead the fight and arrange to break her wand, the witch went on and ruled that unhappy land for 1,000 years. And Ingrid, she had been scowling fiercely and was frozen in her anger. As a result, her statue languished in the garden for many a long year before being sold in a job lot to a gentleman from Cleethorpes Corporation. Last seen, Ingrid was scowling coldly at the North Sea. He seemed to have made Ingrid extinct. Oh dear. Okay, you can die. Ingrid's adventure was at an end. Well. Alright. 0 points, yeah. Terrible. 0 out of 300. Oops. So, how far back did Oops take me? I just wait. Wait. Does the witch just automatically kill me if I hang out here? The witch has lost interest. Okay, so Oops took me back a couple of turns to before I grabbed the peg. Interesting, interesting. Let's go northeast. Ingrid went northeast, was on the yellow brick garden path. Its surface was flaked with age and a patchwork of weeds and grass had grown up from the cracks between the bricks. Exits led southwest and northwest. This is yellow brick garden path. But northwest was in the back garden behind the crumbling cottage. The back wall was windowless, but there was a door. Looked less sturdy than the front door. There were patches of rot in the frame. Why is it, thought Ingrid, that people don't realize that it's the back door that burglars use? That is the one that needs to be the strongest. But the door was a little more secure than it looked. Exits led south through a door and southeast. Oh dear. Door. An ordinary door. Can we open the door? Bolted from the inside. Would need great strength to break down. Okay, but the implication is that we can break this down. Perhaps this is something we need to recruit somebody to help us with. I don't know what we're trying to do. I don't know what we're trying to do in this game. Not die, I guess, is the first step, and accumulate score, I guess. Okay. Let's make a note here. We have a sturdy door. So what happens if we go north through the door? What happens if we knock? There's a shuffling sound as of old feet in loose-fitting shoes. Door opened. An old crone, shrouded in black, stood hunched before her. She raised a wizened face and peered at Ingrid with a greedy malevolence. Well now, she cackled evilly. Here's a pretty little one for my collection. She reached into a deep pocket in her dress, took out a wand. Don't look so afraid, she scolded. It would spoil the effect. Give me a big smile now. With a wave of her magic wand and the swift incantation of an evil spell, she turned Ingrid to stone. Without Ingrid there to lead the fight, and arranged to break her wand. Okay, well I guess this is a clue. We have to both lead the fight and break the witch's wand. Maybe that's our ultimate goal at the moment.
I don't get this at all. I thought little Panda...
Shut up, Mr. Button. You are not brought upon this world.
Choco sauce, thank you.
Come on.
Thank you for the 200 bits, thank you. I realized the alert was covered up by Jack Burton. It was covered up by the map. But welcome. The lore so far in one sentence. We are playing as Ingrid, a lovely gnome who arrived home from school to visit her family, and they wanted to get rid of her, so they recruited a leprechaun to cast a spell on her to teleport her away. That's basically the lore. The game starts where we've just been teleported away from our family, and we're just kind of exploring. And there's an evil witch who keeps killing me. Oops. I think just like some distance away Not necessarily to another dimension, although I don't know. It hasn't been established where we are or anything like that in relation to where we were. We just we went home from school and caused havoc in our family farm, and they had enough. So they just got rid of us. Okay, so I guess we're trying to stop the witch. That's our goal. So let's go back to the store. The shop? Whoops. Oh. Oh, well, that's not good. We're stuck in here. Once we open the gate to go into the witch's garden, I think we might be stuck. Where did I last save? Okay, this is after picking up the envelope, before opening it and going to the witch's cottage. Alright, so now we're back here. Let's go back in and let's ask Cap about this witch. Cap, tell me about the witch. The witch is a bent and wizened old witch, all in black. Black pointed hat, black shapeless dress, black cloak, black shoes, black cat on shoulder, black fingernails on crooked, black and bony fingers, black hairs on the warts on her chin, and black heads on her nose. Okay. I see. Cap, tell me about the envelope. Open envelope. Cap saw that Ingrid had opened the envelope. He could also see from her expression that the game was up. His face suffused with horror, and his mane and tail began to twitch nervously. The centaur grabbed up Ingrid by the scruff of her neck, galloped with her to the door, and threw her forcibly out of the shop. Before she could pick herself up, he had locked the shutters and door and cantered off into the distance. Okay, bye. So let's not do that. So we don't want to open the envelope. We need to have good rapport with Cap because we're going to need the items in his shop. I don't know what we need yet or how we'll be using anything. We haven't really encountered anything. Like, we're still just barely getting started. But let's explore. There was a puddle and some brambles. I guess let's go explore the puddle and the brambles. We're on a road beside where the stream seeps away, exits lead, blah blah blah. Broad muddy puddle. A puddle of soft gray-brown mud, dried past the squidgy stage, was by then in transition from slodgy to stodgy, rather like a 2-week-old chocolate mousse. And it was a tiny coin. Some hoof prints. Small round coin decorated on one side with the head of a long dead king, and the other with a picture of a plump little bird. The eagle flew from the southeast. The eagle is here with us. Eagle. She was an elegant eagle with the eyes of an empress. Proud, powerful pinions, perfectly poised. Truly terrible talons, tense to tear, finely fledged and fabulously fiery feathers with filthy fluffy bits under her tail. Oh, alliteration. I had an English teacher way back in school, high school, who told us, quite seriously, to always avoid alliteration. Filthy, fluffy bits under it. Can we follow the eagle? Alright, we followed the eagle. We caught up to the eagle. So where did I go? So from here we went northwest. No. I'm gonna have to fix this map. You went northwest. Grass plain. Northwest again. To a high moorland. Northwest again. From here, exits lead east, south, southeast. Here we can see the eagle. Can we talk to the eagle? Don't need to use talk. Eagle. Hello. The eagle said, nice to see you. The eagle started to dive towards Ingrid. Her shadow raced across the ground, growing ever larger and more menacing. Wait, what? Let's just wait. The eagle snatched Ingrid up in her strong talons, and with a steady beat of her massive wings, flew swiftly over the heathland, back to her nest on the pinnacle. She dropped Ingrid from just above, circled round, and came back in to perch on the edge. We're in the eagle's nest. It was a roughly made dish of twigs. There's a lot of typos in this. Lined with feathers and tufts of wool, caked with baby eagle droppings. The nest was built on a flat ledge of rock, hard up against a smooth rock wall. When Ingrid peeped over the twiggy edges, she could see that the ledge was only just large enough for the nest. It was very nearly at the top of a massive pinnacle that rose from the heathland. Heathland? The rock face fell sheerly away on 3 sides. There wasn't the tiniest foothold or handhold to be seen. Ingrid had never known a rope that would be long enough to reach even halfway down. It was a situation requiring the deepest thought. And meanwhile, the eagle chicks were a pain in the nest. Ingrid could see some chicks in the eagle. The eagle chicks shrieked harshly, grabbed Ingrid with the sharp little talons. What is happening? Well, they just explained it. Eagle, comma, please do not feed me to your young. The eagle yawned. The chick squawked deafeningly and pecked viciously at Ingrid. Look at the chicks. A nest full of rather ugly-looking eagle chicks with wickedly sharp little beaks and nasty beady eyes. Their podgy bodies and scrawny necks were covered in a mixture of tatty down and scratty feathers. Can I take a chick? They refused to be moved. finally the chicks grew bored of playing with their food and set to and ate her. Seem to have made English. Oh dear, I'm getting owned. Alright, it's a very dangerous world that we live in here with Ingrid. Might oops my way back out of this. So the eagle is roaming about the lands. If we hang out with the eagle for too long, it picks us up and deposits us in the eagle's nest, where the chicks eat us. We're given a few turns with which to make our escape, I presume, or to befriend the eagle, because the eagle can speak. I just don't know what to say, or what to do, or anything like that. I don't know where I am either. I think this is back to... Yeah, this is back to where I was following the eagle. I think I've backed up to this tile here. We're on the northeast corner of the pinnacle. Exits lead north, northeast, east, south, southeast, west. No southwest? Go east. I guess for now we just do a little bit of exploring. Grassy plain. Oh, beautiful graphics. Look at the graphics. I really like the pictures in this game. Night Orc as well had some nice pictures. They're very... I mean, they're very plain. It's just a field. But it's nice. It's nice. Big, heavy rock. Look, rock. A large gray rock. It was smooth and round and looked as heavy as one of Mother's loaves. Underneath it was a soft white bridle. A harness of white leather with an ivory bit and loops of gold. Push rock. Ooh, okay, this could be a puzzle here. Push harder. Push rock. Pull rock. It defeated all attempts to move it. Roll the rock. No. What were my exits from here again? North. Go north. Go east. South. Connect me to there. Southeast. See, already you can kind of see the same setup as Night Orc, where it's just a giant sprawl of rooms and areas. Go northwest. Who knows how large this area is? It's probably enormous. So let's just keep exploring. Let's go north. Try and keep things consistent. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. There we go. This was dog kennel. This was into the cottage. South, southeast, southwest, west. Yeah, for now, we're just going to be exploring a little bit, seeing what we can see, finding puzzles to solve, etc. Ingrid went southwest, was on the high moorland north of the pinnacle, at the base of the pinnacle which rose up from the ground, completely blocking Ingrid's view of the southern sky. Wait, what? Or on the high moorland north of the pinnacle, at the base of the pinnacle. Okay. Those 4 exits. Let's go southeast. Cave. Okay. Southeast was on the high moorland beside a cave entrance set into the base of a huge pinnacle. Beside the cave. North, northeast, east, south, southeast, southwest, northwest, inside. I assume inside would take us west here. Ingrid went inside, was in a pleasant, airy cave, perfumed by strange incense. From the low entrance, the roof swept airily upwards to form a high vault. Its furthermost reaches lost in the darkness. An exit led outside. Ingrid could see the llama. Okay. There's the llama. Oh. I'm gonna say we're in here. Cave. Let's reverse those. The llama. He was a shaggy llama sitting cross-legged on the ground. Only his 4 feet were crossed. He would have had to forfeit all comfort to cross all 4 feet. He was carrying a fragile flower. The llama said, "Love and peace, woman," and offered Ingrid a flower. Thank you. Ingrid took the fragile flower. It was a white flower of the rosy pony type, more than a bud, but not yet in full bloom. Its fragile petals were still tinged with pink. Beautiful flower. Llama, tell me about the flower. A fragile. The dialogue systems in these old adventure games always throw me for a loop. They always trip me up. Because we can ask the llama about things, but the llama simply tells us the same information we would get if we examine it ourselves. At least when it comes to this flower. Like, I never know what I should be asking. Llama, how are you? The llama saw no reason to answer. Llama, tell me about the witch. Okay, this is the same description that the centaur gave us of the witch. This is probably the same description we would receive if we're given the chance to look at the witch ourselves. Now, in Night Orc, we had to go around, find these NPCs, and recruit them to join us. Usually by something as simple as like giving them an object or doing a small little puzzle for them. So maybe we have to do something with the llama. Maybe we're trying to recruit the llama to our cause. I don't know what our cause is. Stopping the witch? Llama, come with me. The llama did not want to. Llama, why won't you join me? Llama. Hello. Llama, thank you for the flower. The llama yawned. Llama. Bye. You must be mad. Okay, there's a llama. I have no idea what's going on. Let's just keep exploring. Southwest. Southwest was south of a towering pinnacle. Okay, so the eagle's nest must be above the cave here. Like, northeast, east, south, southeast. Let's just go south. High moorland, yeah, nothing. So we can delete that. Bark, bark, bark. We're at the high moorland, north, northeast, east. Let's go south. Oh, beautiful graphics. Just filling out the map for now. And this probably is completely unnecessary here. I want to do it. This area might be a lot smaller than Night Orc, which is very reassuring. It seems like we've already found like the boundaries here. Assuming it's roughly square. I guess I don't know how far east it goes, but this might be a relatively small area. Yo, Reg, welcome. Jeff Minter. You know, I don't even know who Jeff Minter is. I don't think he was involved. Behind the shop. Oh yeah. There's the shop there. North, northeast, west, northwest. North. Grassy plain. Just fill in all these nodes here. Northeast, east. Everywhere except for southeast because the shop is here. When we went inside the shop, we probably went west. These are misaligned. Yeah, the shop probably exists on this tile here. North. The high moorland. Keep going north. North, northeast, east, south, southeast, southwest, west. Cannot go northwest because that's where the cave is. Okay. I guess, yeah, I guess I'm just going to kind of do a sweeping pattern like this just to explore all the rooms, kind of get the lay of the land. So east from here, plane. The infatuation for both flashy colors and lava. Oh, I see. I've never heard of any of those games. I'll have to look into them. North, west, northeast. Wait. Can't go northwest from here? Oh, I can't. I can go all 8 directions. South. So this is kind of reinforcing my suspicion that the majority of these rooms are simply there to kind of flesh out the world and give the appearance of a giant sprawling landscape, when really most of them are just empty nothingness rooms. Just fine. This is the northern side of the shop. Very different from like Infocom style adventures where every room pretty much had a purpose. At least the one that I played. We can't go south because that's where the shop is. Yeah, so let's move this over here. Go like that. What's this? Is there a line there? Go east. Go back on the road. Go south. This is outside the shop. Yeah, there's rushing water far to the east. I still don't see why I'd want armor, a backpack, a necklace, a lamp, a rod, keys, cheese sandwich, shovel, or a map, but who knows? Things may become more apparent the further we explore. Let's go east from here. It was beside a stream which meandered gently from east to northwest. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. North, northeast. Whoa. The east was beside a stream which was violently disturbed by the waterfall to the east. Okay. Exits lead north, northeast, east, west, northwest. Even if drawing a map here doesn't help with like solving puzzles or progressing in the game, it does help me just to kind of visualize the environment and get a sense for where things are in relation to one another. It is still helpful, I think. Look at the rainbow. A full rainbow of brilliant hue, an ethereal arc of vivid, sparkling color, a heavenly vault of pellucid polychromatic splendor. And quite pretty, too. East should be the waterfall. The rainbow faded away tantalizingly as Ingrid drew closer, so that when she got to where the end might have been, she had no way of knowing if it was. Ingrid went east and was at the base of a waterfall. The sound of the falling water was quite deafening, and the spray seemed to hang in the air. Exits lead northwest and northwest. Put the waterfall down there just to make note of it. I don't know where the marsh is. I know the marsh is somewhere in this direction. A high cascade plummeting down the rocks at the head of the valley in the magnificent splendor, boiled and tumbled to the stream below, filling the air with a cloud of spray. Interesting. Did you know that you can say go to somewhere to reach a far off place? I did. Are you hinting at something, game? Back on the plains. Yeah, this seems really small. Just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 by 7. Okay. Good. Let's go west. All 8 directions. Let's go west. All 8 directions. A swarm of dogs entered from the northeast. What? Dogs. Save. It was a crowd of yapping little dogs. A bouncing mass of soft brown and white fur and floppy ears and wagging tails, all barking at the top of their voices. It was carrying a tiny whistle. The swarm collectively was carrying a whistle? So these NPCs, like the swarm of dogs, the eagle, the llama, they're just like roaming throughout the land here as we explore. Pet dogs. Cuddle dogs. Dogs. Hello. The swarm of dogs said, "Greetings, young gnome maid," and it went east. I'm going to start making a notepad file with names of NPCs. Gnome Ranger Gnotes. We have Eagle, and we have Swarm of Dogs. We have the Witch, we have the Centaur, and the Llama. So that way, knowing of their existence means in the future we can just type, what, go to dogs? And it just finds them for us. Yeah, oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. We're here. I feel like I want the whistle. Let's fill these in. I don't know why I want the whistle. I feel like I want this whistle. Northeast. Ingrid went northeast and was stuck in the southeast corner of the slough. The slough? Slough? Southeast corner of the slough. Go north, south, southwest, west, northwest. The bog. Dude, I love bogs. I love bogs. I want to go to a bog. southwest corner of a swamp. Bark, bark, bark. Do we have all 8 exits? Okay. Ingrid went north and was waiting on the western edge of the morass. Western edge of the morass. We're almost done filling out the map here. I think, I presume. Let's delete that. Ooh. Ingrid went east. It was in the middle of the marsh, surrounded on all sides by marshland. The ground was oozy and sticky, and the air was still as death. Exits led north-northeast, blah blah blah. Ingrid could see a yellow fungus and a small nugget. A heavy mist as thick as wet cotton wool flopped down over the marsh. Ingrid could scarcely see her hand in front of her face, and all that showed of the ground beneath her were the tips of the longer blades of grass. So this is the middle of the marsh. There is, what was there again? Yellow fungus, small nugget. Soft, almost shapeless fungus of a sickly yellow and of the type often found in dark, damp places. Nugget of brownish white quartz, thin veins of dark yellow. Take all. No idea what these items are going to be used for, but perhaps these items' sole purpose is to be collected and traded to the centaur for other items. That's very possible. Because we still have one item we can obtain. Plus now I can get 2 more by trading my coin, flower, fungus, and nugget. Although I still don't really have any goals or tasks or idea of what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know why I want to take anything yet. I guess one of the items is a shovel. So we could potentially start digging in just random areas in search of something. I don't know. Ooh, this is bad. Ingrid took a few tentative steps forward, but rapidly became disorientated. In the thick mist, she walked around in circles for a while. Oh, what? Ah, yeah. Ooh, papa. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. The eagle. The eagle's gonna snatch me. Go to dogs. Ah! How do I get out? Ah! I might be stuck here. There's wait. Dogs. Follow dogs. Okay. Whew. We went northeast, was in the mire. Ooh. Marsh is scary. So I wonder if when you get to the marsh, you're just stuck there until something else enters that room and you have to follow that to escape. Ingrid's supposedly an expert at orienteering, but we got stuck pretty quickly there. North, south. Southwest, west, northwest. Okay. Waist deep in quagmire. All right, peat bog. Fill all these in real quick. North. Grassy plain at the boundary between a small woodland to the north, a marsh to the south, outside the southeast corner, high square fence. Okay. And go north. Now, interestingly, I think I can take these and stretch them up here. East, east, south, southeast, southwest, west. Can't go northwest. So that's where the fence is. If we go north. On a grassy plain at the western fringe of a forest. Okay. To the west of here was a tall fence. Go east, south, southeast, southwest. Ingrid went east was in the peaceful inner sanctum of the forest glade. Birds chirped in the distance and little furry animals scampered through the undergrowth. Oh, beautiful graphics. This is the inner sanctum of the forest glade. There's only 3 more rooms? Oh! Abs Nerdy, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? We're playing Gnome Ranger here today. Thank you for the raid. Hope your stream went well. How's it going, everybody? Yes, the box art for this is tremendous. I should put Ingrid's face on stream at all times. Hello, here I am. I'm drawing a map right now. This is a text adventure called Gnome Ranger. It's quite delightful. Where is it? There it is. There's the box art. Gnome Ranger. We're playing this game. let's put this. I don't know. Let's just put that over here, so people don't forget. There's Gnome Ranger. It's very important. We're just getting started here, or an hour and a half in. I'm currently drawing a map, as you can see here. Kind of get my bearings. We're playing as a gnome named Ingrid, who got teleported away from her family because she was a terrible nuisance. Her family wanted to get rid of her, so they bought a teleportation scroll and gave it to her and tricked her into reading it, and now we're somewhere in a forest and just kind of wandering around and exploring. Hey, Rankasau, welcome. It's a perfectly good picture. So before I left that room, Ingrid thought she caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye. When she turned to look, it disappeared, leaving only an impression of pale nervousness. Okay, so there's something in the forest that we're going to have to something in the forest we're going to have to figure out how to find. Just got to fill in a couple more rooms here and my map will be complete. We have all 8 exits here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. East. And go north. It was in another peaceful part of the forest. So that's the map. Interesting. Oh, this is all botched, dude. That is the entirety of the available area. So points of interest, we have a shop. A shop in the southern edge with a whole bunch of items we can obtain. We currently have access to one of these items, and we can get any other items by trading 2 inventory items for one of the items at the shop. I don't know why I want any of these yet, but they're options. Let's see. What else is there of interest? There's a cave with a llama. The llama gives us a flower. There's an eagle flying around who can pick us up and snatch us and drop us in its nest. And if we stay in the nest for too long, we die. There is an evil witch on the north end of the area who turns us into a statue if we do anything with her. When we die to the witch, when we become a statue, the text tells us that we could not break her wand or lead the fight against the witch. So I presume that's kind of our current goal, is to lead the fight against the witch and break her wand somehow. There is a road traveling from the shop to the witch's hut. There's a waterfall in the southeast corner. There's a swamp north of that, a forest in the northeast, and that's about it. Interesting. I don't know what to do. I think at this point, this is a good. I think it's a good point to take a short break, and then start messing around. Start doing something other than just wandering around exploring. So let me pause the timer. I'll be back in a few moments. We'll keep playing Gnome Ranger. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Resume timer. Gnome Ranger. Gnome Ranger. Gnome Ranger. Hello. Gnome Ranger. Oh, welcome, Drag. Good ear, good ear. What the heck? I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. So, put you back in the corner down there. So, well, there's a number of things we could try, considering I haven't tried anything really. I think at this point we just kind of start chipping away at things and try to get something to happen. Like, we have no stated goal. There aren't really any apparent puzzles other than stopping the witch, breaking her wand. We probably need to figure out how to recruit. Maybe we can recruit the eagle to help us somehow, or the llama, or the swarm of dogs. There's something up in the forest up here. Can I color code these? I never remember. Colors. Room fill. Oh, beautiful. Okay, if I wanted to, I could go through and color code all of them. Can we undo that? Kind of want to. Oh, the pixel woman. There you go. Yeah, it's dancing. It's, yeah, from Metal Max for the Famicom. Exactly. It's a dancer from Metal Max for the Famicom. A beautiful little dancing sprite. So let's head to the forest and see if we can figure out what this something is that's flitting about. We'll start with that. We're in the forest right now. Let's do a RAM save. There we go. Something again. Thought she caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye. When she turned to look, it disappeared, leaving only an impression of pale nervousness. Like, what? It's just a something. We don't even know what this is. Now, the map in the Centaur's store had a picture of a girl in the forest. So there's probably some sort of girl running around here. A delicate shadow moved nearby in the trees, then it was gone. If we just keep waiting. Oh, there we go. A shy little nymph appeared in the bushes, peeping hesitantly through parted branches in case Ingrid had something pretty for her. Oh. Oh, we have a flower. We might need a necklace from the store. Or you have a gnugget. Flower. Look, nymph. The nymph was overcome with terror, ran off in a fear-filled flurry. Okay, wait. Did she come back? Do we have to leave and re-enter the room? Okay, there it is again. So it's after 3 turns in the forest, either of the 2 forest tiles, the nymph appears. It's a shy little nymph. Give flower to nymph. Ingrid gave the fragile flower to the nymph. The nymph seemed delighted by the flower. She held it softly and breathed in its delicate scent, but still seemed nervous and in need of calming down. Okay. The nymph was agitated and looked as if she was about to run off at any moment. The nymph glanced left and right, anxiously chewed delicately at her pearl-pink fingernails. Give fungus. Here you go. How do I spell nymph, dude? Gnymph. Ingrid gave the yellow fungus to the nymph. The nymph gave the yellow fungus back to Ingrid and said squeakily, "Thank you anyway, but it doesn't really suit me." Ingrid thought she sounded like Minnie Mouse on helium. The nymph cupped a trembling hand to her ear, alert for the slightest noise. Okay. So she took the flower, and now she's a little bit more comfortable with us, but seems like we still need one more thing to give her. Give a nugget to Gnome. These G's are really messing me up. No, she doesn't like it. Can I look at her yet? Oh, overcome with terror and ran off. Okay, so I'm gonna guess that this is where the necklace comes into play. So let's run to the shop and get the necklace. We are outside the shop. Let's go in. Take necklace. Now run to the forest. Oh, dude, we got stuck in the swamp. We got stuck in the bog. Alright, we're in the middle of the marsh. We're stuck. I don't know how to get out of the marsh. Okay, the eagle. The eagle's here. Follow eagle. There we go. So now we should be out. We went southwest, so we want to go north, north, northeast, north. Okay, so there are drawbacks to using the game's run to, go to commands. The pathfinding isn't smart enough to navigate around obstacles. This takes you in a straight line. So now we're back in the forest. Let's do a... I should have done a hard save before committing to an item, but at this point it doesn't really matter. We've done very little. Let's just wait for the nymph. Wait. Wait. Give necklace to GNYMPH. Oh, the nymph seems delighted by the necklace and put it on. Its pink and white stones took on a new radiance in the reflected light of her soft beauty. She still seemed in need of calming down. Okay, give flower to nymph. Still seems nervous and in need of calming down. Oh, really? Okay, the 2 items weren't quite enough. Nymph. Hello. Was soothed by Ingrid's soft tone. Ingrid had studied elocution at the Institute and began to relax. Oh wait, did I just need to talk to her? She talked about herself and about her woods, and how there was an evil witch who kept cutting down trees. She also told Ingrid that she was waiting for Mr. Right to pass her way. Who's Mr. Right? Asked Ingrid. And the nymph replied tearfully, I don't know, but I'll recognize him when I see him. Ingrid snorted skeptically. If you want your Mr. Right, she said, you've got to go out and find him. I will tell you what to do. I think I wasted an item here. 40 points! Helical welcome. Sequel / welcome. This is a really cool game. I'm gonna restore. Now it looks to me like giving 2 items to the nymph was a waste. So let's just wait. We'll give her the flower. Give flower to nymph. And now we should be able to just simply talk to her. Nymph. Oh, dude, how do I spell N-Y-M-P-H? Hello. Yep, Ingrid's voice. Okay, maybe we don't even need to give her anything. Oh, we probably do. We probably do. 40 points. Nymph, follow me. Oh, we have a party member. Oh, baby. All right. Now we're starting to get somewhere. We have a party member. We're accumulating a posse. Why? I don't know. Let's... Maybe we can push this rock now and get a bridle. Go to rock. So, when we played Night Orc a few months back, at the end of the game you end up with 5 party members plus your character roaming around in this giant group. And it just becomes absolute chaos. Because every time you move to a screen, all 5 party members would move into that screen afterwards, and there were also wandering NPCs that would attack you, and you had a dragon that you could use to kill the wandering NPCs. It was truly incredible. And this could become quite interesting. Nymph. Help me push this rock. How do I do this? Nymph looks surprised. Nymph, push rock. Sorry, old girl, but I think you've gone quite insane. What? What? Give me the picture. Do you want to know what? What? What are you doing, Nymph? Eagle. Nymph, follow me. Oh boy. Of course, it's just a tiny little nymph, a wood nymph. She's not going to be strong. She's not going to help us push a heavy rock. I don't know what she's going to help us do. Where am I? We are here. I don't want the eagle to swoop me up. Let's go southeast. Big heavy rock, go southeast again. Prickly brambles. I never looked at these. Brambles. Thick-stemmed and covered with needle-sharp spines. The prickly brambles were some lank hair. Yo, Wolf Airrock, welcome. How's it going? Doing some comfy text adventuring today. Lank hair. Look at the hair. The lank hair was a handful of coarse hair of an indefinite color. It was too rough for sheep's wool, but might have come from a particularly shaggy kind of goat. Whoever it came from. Whomever it came from. Ingrid was quite sure that its owner could do with a shampoo and a good combing. What? Take hair? Why? Nymph, what'd you do? Why do I have hair? What is going on? Now again, I'm pretty sure these objects that we're collecting and accumulating are simply to be used to trade at the store for other objects. There's some lank hair. I'll make a note of that. Tiny coin, yellow fungus, lank hair. Eat fungus. Yuck. What? Okay, we still have it. What's the nugget? Brownish white quartz. What in the heck am I doing? Backpack, necklace, lamp, rod, keys, cheese, sandwich, shovel, map. Maybe we can get the cheese sandwich and feed it to the baby eagles? Do birds eat cheese sandwiches? I don't know. Let's go to the waterfall. The base of a waterfall. Sound of the falling water was quite deafening, and the spray seemed to hang in the air. Exits lead northwest and northwest. Swim. The leeches made swimming too dangerous around there. A high cascade. Can we look behind waterfall? No. Go in waterfall. Why is... This is... Waterfall. It's a rainbow, not a waterfall. I really don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Rainbow. Strem. Swim. I presume that we're never going to be able to swim. Oh, beautiful graphics. Let's do a real save right here. Save. I prepared a save disk ahead of time. File name, store. Game disk back in. So let's go in. We need to start seeing what these different items do and figuring out what the heck we want to do with them. Impressive piece of armor, capacious backpack, charming necklace, curious brass lamp, magisterial black rod, suspicious looking bunch of keys, cheese sandwich, pointed shovel, map. Lamp. Take Lammo. Rub. Or let's look lamp. Get ye lamp. A lamp of antique design, the sort that Ingrid had seen in books about the Mystic East. Well, rub that lamp. Ingrid polished it till she could see her reflection in its surface, which was perhaps a mistake. Open lamp? You can't use the word light the lamp? Ingrid had neither tinderbox nor matches, and Zippos hadn't reached that corner of the world at that time. What? What? What the good is this? Cheese sandwich. What? What's a shop doing in the forest? Well, it's run by a centaur. And he has a cheese sandwich for trade. It doesn't answer your question, but we are the Gnome Ranger, yes. Well, I don't know if we're a ranger per se, but we are a gnome. Guess we're doing a little bit of ranging. Why do I want a lamp? What in the world could this lamp be used for? We can't light it, we can't rub it, and there's literally nothing else in the world we could use a lamp for, so... I don't want the lamp. Restore. Oh, what? Funny little troll appeared from under a rock and stopped Ingrid. Sorry, I don't know if you're allowed to do that. Troll waved a copy of a remarkably small book. To prove that you are, tell me one word from your diary, the Nettlefield Journal. What is the word at page 8, line 3, word 6? Oh, God. Copy protection. Page 8, line 3, word 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Grandma. Save disk in. File name, store. Please insert game disk. Okay. Centaur? Wait, what? The centaur greeted her effusively. Well, my precious Sukbine flower? What? How wonderful to see you again. It seems an age since we last met, but there you are, looking as radiant and beautiful as ever. Your very presence lights up my humble establishment. What's going on? RAM save. Let's take the keys. A bunch of keys. There were 5 in all. A massive one of black iron and 3 smaller ones of bronze. What? Count the 5 keys. What? What? Where's the 5th key? Where is the 5th key? Sorry, I just tidied this place, and now I can't find anything. What? Oh, I'm so confused. What was with the shutters? I have no idea what to do. Let's go to the cottage. Swarm of dogs. Okay, the dogs. There's a swarm of dogs. I'm wondering if the keys can be used to unlock the witch's cottage so we can sneak in. But if we open the gate and enter into the cottage's garden, we're trapped in there, as far as I know. Granted, I didn't really try very hard to get out. And there's probably a way to manipulate the gate such that it doesn't lock us in. Dogs. Dude, I don't want to commit to taking the keys. So let's not take the keys. Find dogs. Dogs. Dogs went west. Follow dogs. Okay, we're in the same room as the dogs. Look at the dogs. A crowd of yapping little dogs, a bouncing mass of soft brown and white fur, floppy ears, wagging tails, all barking at the top of their voices, carrying a tiny whistle. A metal whistle, rather like the one that Mistress Jolly, the hockey teacher, used to use, but this one is very much smaller. Take the whistle. Swarm of bugs. Okay, follow. Dogs. Give me the whistle. Ah. Dogs. Pet the dogs. Oh, I don't want to use the word pet. Give fungus to dogs. I just lost my fungus. Where'd the dogs go? Dogs. Where's the dogs? Oh. Wait, what? What is going on? Ingrid gave the yellow fungus to the swarm of dogs. It went east. The nymph entered from the north. Ingrid went east and was on the road. And now the dogs were no longer there. I found the dogs and I went back to the west where I was, and the dogs were still there. So what went east? Oh, I'm so confused. Look at the dogs. Dogs. Now they went east. Oh, I went west. Go to dogs. Dogs. Give me the fungus. The swarm of dogs was not about to do something like that. It went north. Did the dogs go north, or did the fungus go north? Did the brambles go north? My fungus. I don't know what's going on. Okay, abort, abort. Centaur, nymph. Let's look at these items again and try and use brain. Come up with some idea. A shining breastplate of burnished steel, inlaid with an intricate filigree of silver and gold, marred only by the small, neat bullet hole on the left. Okay, there's a breastplate with a bullet hole. true adventurer's backpack designed for comfort and capacity. In backpack? Open backpack? I couldn't have opened it. Take the backpack. Open backpack. Look in backpack. What? What is going on? I think I just glitched the game. I typed put all in backpack, thinking erroneously that I would put my inventory items that I was currently carrying into the backpack I just picked up. Instead, we put the piece of armor in the backpack. Cap said, "Thank you, Flower. Now, if you give me one more little thing, you can have any item you like from my store." Ingrid put the backpack in the backpack. Cap said, "That'll do nicely. Now you may take whatever you like." What's going on? What? What? I owned nothing at all. What? I abort, abort, abort. Go back in time. Okay. None of that ever happened. So typing put all in backpack really confused the game, as well as me. So let's not ever do that. Somehow I lost all of my items when I put them in the backpack, including the backpack. Cool. What am I doing here? Rod. A long rod of lacquered ebony tipped with a ferrule of case-hardened steel and capped with a massive knob of solid silver. What is this? What's a ferrule? What does that word mean? F-E-R-R-U-L-E. A ring or cap, typically a metal one, strengthens the end of a handle, stick, or tube and prevents it from splitting or wearing. Oh, okay. I see, I see. Why do I want this? What? I can't think of a reason why I want any of these items. Shovel. Took the pointed shovel. Dig. Alright, let's try and dig everywhere. Ground was too hard for digging, an unbroken sheet of solid rock beneath a wafer-thin cover of soil and matted roots. What the heck, esports? How in the world? Beautiful. That is tremendous. Oh, you love to see it. Oh, we don't need the map there. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Hello. I have no idea what I'm doing. So we only have 49, 50 some odd rooms in total. I could just try and dig in every single one of them. That seems unwise. Oh, there we go. At the waterfall, Ingrid dug energetically, hitting the ground with a series of small, deep holes, but found only earth and stones. 3 broken china plates and a pair of long earmuffs, which were immediately reclaimed by an angry rabbit. What? Can I look at Ingrid? Ingrid was a rather attractive young gnome maid with an intelligent sparkle in her eyes, a pleasant smile on her lips, and a purposeful set to her shoulders, various well-proportioned bits below that. Ingrid owned a tiny coin, an ivory-colored envelope, a yellow fungus, some lank hair, a small nugget, and a pointed shovel. Beautiful. Beautiful. Can dig, but nothing happens? Just annotating my map here. I guess we're doing this. I don't have a clue what I'm supposed to do. I just... This is silly. This is silly. This is silly. Of the bog. The bog should be soft enough to where we could dig. Where am I? Go to swamp. Oops, if I'm in the game. Okay, we're in the southwest corner of the swamp. Dig. It's too hard. No, it's not. It's a swamp. It's a bog. Dogs. Quagmire. Dogs. So far we can only dig at the waterfall. I don't know why. Llama? Run to the llama. There's the llama. Ingrid was in a pleasant, airy cave, perfumed by strange incense. From the low entrance, the roof swept airily upwards to form a high vault. Its furthermost reaches lost in the darkness. An exit led outside. Ingrid could see the llama. Nymph entered from outside. Llama, tell me about your day. Greetings, young gnome maid. Llama, follow me. Llama, follow me. Llama pretended not to hear Ingrid's request. There's just a llama in a cave, just hanging out. It gave us a flower, and that's it. Llama. Tell me about the dogs. The swarm of dogs is a crowd of yapping little dogs, a bouncing mass of soft brown and white fur and floppy ears and wagging tails, all barking at the top of their voices. So when we ask the llama about different things, the llama simply tells us the same, like verbatim, the same thing which we would read if we looked at the dogs ourselves. Yeah. So I'm not really sure of anything. What happens if we type help? Send the cover to level 9 with a stamped self-addressed envelope or an international reply coupon for a hint sheet. Alright, Ken Williams. I'm not going to do that. Llama. Ride the llama. Climb on top of llama. Llama, what is your wisdom? Llama, can you help me? How do you want me to help? Llama, go to the big heavy rock and push it. Sorry, old girl. I think you've gone quite insane. Llama, that's how I want you to help me. What's up, Moosey Fate? This is truly a insane video game. I have made almost 0 progress. I have 40 points. I drew a map. I found some random scattered inventory items, and I recruited the nymph by giving her a flower, which the llama gave me. And then I spoke to the nymph, and Ingrid's soft, soothing voice was enough, in conjunction with the pretty flower, to recruit the nymph to our cause. The nymph is looking for Mr. Right. The nymph wants a husband. And we promise to help her find that? Question mark. I don't know if that's actually what we want to try and do. The centaur is evil. I wouldn't feel right about hooking up the nymph with the centaur, because the centaur is trying to get us killed. When the game started, we were outside of the centaur's shop, and the very first thing I did was go into the centaur's store, and he gave me this little envelope here, the ivory colored envelope. We can open the envelope and read the letter inside it. The centaur told us to deliver this envelope to the witch. We can open the envelope and it says, "Dear Mistress Fay, here's another gnome for your garden. I shall expect the usual commission, signed Cap." So the centaur tricked us, well, tried to trick us into delivering this letter to the witch, which would get us, if we do that, the witch turns us into a statue and we die. If we show the letter to the centaur At this point, he kicks us out of his shop, locks it up, and runs away. So we lose access to the items in the Centaur shop. Now, granted, I have no idea what to use any of the items for. I guess we could try cheese sandwich to the baby birds. There's the roaming pack of dogs as well. But what? Backpack of interdimensionality? Nymph. Llama. Llama. What? Llama. Hello. Let's go to the witch's cottage and tinker around here a little bit. So there's a gate. Look at the gate. Can we make this gate become two-way? Tall gate of thick wood, too high for Ingrid to reach the top. Most of the paint had long since blistered and peeled till only shreds remained. One small patch of new paint ended abruptly in a ragged, dribbly edge as if the painter had suddenly gotten bored. Massive hinges were thick with flaking rust, definitely in need of a spot of grease. Found a small crack in the wood and peered through. Through the gate, Ingrid could see an uncared-for little cottage. Overgrown faint garden. You can see a dog and a kennel. We open the gate. We can't open it, we just go in. The rusty hinges squeaked loudly as the gate swung slowly open, then snapped shut like a trap. So at this point, we're just locked into the cottage and the garden surrounding it. Open the gate. Can't open it from the inside. It seemed to resist all efforts in some magical way. Maybe we have to use the nymph. Tell the nymph to wait and open it. Well, now we're separated from the nymph. I still have the shovel. No. Oh no, the nymph is in here with us. Okay. The witch is inside the cottage, peering out the window at us. Doghouse is to the east. So we can go northeast. And go around to the back of the house. I'll look at path. So now we're at the back of the house, and there's a secured door. The door was bolted from the inside, would need great strength to break down. So I presume that we are meant to break this door down after we maybe recruit the dogs or the llama or the eagle or something or another to help us break the door down. What happens if we knock on the door? on door. I couldn't have knocked that. It's impossible to knock on the door. Nymph. Help. I'm not sure I can. I know. I understand. Oh, I lost. Okay. Game over. A whole bunch of stuff happened here. As soon as we entered to the front of the house, Ingrid stopped mid-stride. Or no, the witch plucked out her wand, pointed a bony finger at the gnome maid, and cast a spell through the window. Ingrid stopped in mid-stride and toppled slowly backwards into the long grass. Without Ingrid there to lead the fight and arranged to break her wand, the witch went on and ruled that unhappy land for 1,000 years. And Ingrid, she'd been scowling fiercely and was frozen in her anger. As a result, her statue languished in the garden for many a long year before being sold in a job lot to a gentleman from Cleethorpes Corporation. 60 points? Wait, where did they get the other 20 points? Opening the letter, maybe? I feel like I should probably track my score a little bit closer. Score. I get 40 points for recruiting Nymph. 20 for opening letter? Question mark. Okay, we're back in the store now. Let's go outside so that the centaur doesn't see us. Open the envelope. We got 20 points for opening the envelope. Okay, for opening the envelope. Hey guys, terminals. I haven't seen any yes or no questions yet, no. I think it's funny that the parser understands if I put a G in front of the N's when I'm typing. Oh, I don't have to do it. This is like a profoundly silly game. So we don't have to read the letter. Simply opening the envelope gets a score. Let's try getting the armor. Let's go back in. Maybe the armor will protect us against the spell. Oh, okay, never mind. Cap saw that Ingrid opened the envelope. He could also see from her expression that the game was up. His face suffused with horror and his mane and tail began to twitch nervously. Centaur grabbed up Ingrid by the scruff of her neck, galloped with her to the door, and threw her forcibly out of the shop. Before she could pick herself up, he locked the shutters and door, cantered off into the distance. Can I follow him? He's gone. So if we enter the store with the open envelope, then we lose out on all the items. Okay, so go back, go back, go back, go back. Take armor. Out. Wear armor. Go to cottage. Let's see what happens now. Can the witch hit us with her spell while we're wearing armor? Or perhaps now we can survive the baby eagles. Okay, go in. I'm just going to wait for a few turns. Nope, I lost. Okay, died instantly. The armor doesn't protect us against the witch's spell. Okay. Ram Loa. What? RAM load. I think the game broke. I think the game broke. Okay, restore. Copy protection. Page 38. Line 3, word 4. While. Save disk in. A hair nugget. Okay, so I haven't done anything yet. Go in. Do a save in here. Take the armor. Go outside. Wear the armor. And let's go to the eagle. Where am I? In the high moorland. Okay, let's just wait here. Wait. Wait. Eagle snatches Ingrid up. And now we're at the eagle's nest. Okay. So we're wearing the suit of armor in the eagle's nest. Ingrid peeped over the twiggy edges to see the ledge was only just large enough for the nest. It was very nearly at the top of the massive pinnacle. Could see some chicks in the eagle. Chicks are shrieking and pecked Ingrid with their mean, sharp beaks. A nest full of rather ugly-looking eagle chicks with wickedly sharp little beaks, nasty, beady eyes, podgy bodies, scrawny necks. So if we take too long here, they just eat us. They just simply consume Ingrid. Even though we're wearing a suit of armor, these little baby eagles just eat and die. So let's try, instead of the armor, getting the cheese sandwich and maybe feeding it to them. I don't know what it is I'm supposed to do. Take sandwich. Whoa, typing. Sandwich badly wrapped in grease-proof paper and curling at the edges to reveal pale orange cheese and a thin scraping of butter. Butter and cheese. That's it. Okay, go to eagle. Crouch down, the eagle takes you to a big demon fight. It may be. I'm sure there's something I can do with the eagle other than let it take me to its nest. I'm going to let it take me to its nest. Now we're in the nest. Feed sandwich to chicks. And I died. What? Maybe I can talk to the eagle? I am at a loss. I'm completely at a loss here. Waha. Who's that? Oh, is that the One Short Eye? Thank you for the raid, One Short Eye. Welcome, raiders. How's it going, everybody? Well, welcome. Thank you for the raid. I'm playing Gnome Ranger here. This is an old text adventure. I have no idea what I'm doing. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're playing this game. Gnome Ranger, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. This is Gnome Ranger. This is a classic level 9 text adventure. We're playing as this beautiful Gnome Ranger. Her name's Ingrid. And we're just kind of wandering around, getting eaten, and trying to figure out what the heck to do. I am very confused. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Put that back in the corner there. Ingrid will keep us company. Basically, the story is we're playing as Ingrid. She's a gnome. She went home from school. She graduated school early because her teachers couldn't stand her, so they kicked her out. She went home and made an absolute mess of things at her home. And all her family wanted to get rid of her, so they bought a magic scroll from a leprechaun and tricked Ingrid into reading it. And it teleported her away from her home into the forest. And we just kind of pick things up from there. And then just kind of are roaming about. There's an evil witch that we're trying to defeat, I think. I have no idea how. It's a very confusing game. I'm not making very much progress, but it's very charming. There's a shop here which has a number of items we have access to, but I can't figure out a use for any one of these items. I've drawn a map of... Where did I put it? Where's my map? We have a nice little map of the area. It's a relatively small playing area. We're currently in the shop here. There's all the items. There's like a waterfall. There's a bog. There's a forest. There's a witch up in the north. It kills us if we go into her area. There's a llama in the cave. I am completely befuddled. Okay, did I go into the cave here? Go in. There's the llama. Yeah, this is a wholly text-based adventure game. There's just static images that kind of change to depict where you are. You'll notice in the text, it's kind of just a running joke. All of the N's have a silent G in front of them, like the word gnome. Exits lead Gnorth, Gnortheast, Gnymph, etc., etc. It's very silly. There's the llama. Hello, llama. You want to talk to someone, follow their name with what you want to say to them. For example, Gnymph, hello. Gnymph, hello. Nice to see you. Went outside. Llama, hello. Llama, help me defeat the witch. Llama yawned. Currently carrying a tiny coin, an ivory-colored envelope, a yellow fungus, some lank hair, and a small nugget. I guess we can try just giving these items to the llama to see if we get any response whatsoever. Nothing. Literally nothing. He was carrying a tiny coin. Holy smokes, all the raids! Akiaji Margo, welcome! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm playing a text adventure. Welcome. Oh, hello, everybody. My name's Bilbo. I'm playing Gnome Ranger. We're playing this. I'm playing this. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. We're playing this. I have no idea what I'm doing or how to play this game or what I'm supposed to do. I'm stuck and lost. But just look, it's Gnome Ranger. Yeah, we're playing. This is Ingrid. We're playing as Ingrid here. She's the Gnome Ranger. I am very confused. We're currently in a cave with a llama. Yeah, this is a text adventure with static images. It's old school gaming here. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. How was your stream? I'm stuck. We're trying to defeat an evil witch. I have a nymph in my party. We're in a cave talking to a llama. The llama gave me a flower, which I gave to the nymph, and then spoke to the nymph, and now the nymph is following us around. Llama, follow me. I'm trying to recruit the llama to my party, but he simply refuses. Llama, will you join me? Did not want to. Oh, you were drawing. Oh, I love the drawing streams. Sad I missed it. Atomic Runner, welcome. Now, welcome in, everybody. Thank you again for the raid. Gnymf. It's kind of one of the running jokes of this game. We're a gnome. All of the N's have a silent G in front of them. That's a good point. Let's ask Llama, tell me about the witch. The witch is a bent and wizened old witch all in black. Black pointed hat, black shapeless dress, black cloak, black shoes, black cat on shoulder, black fingernails on crooked black and bony fingers, black hairs on the warts on her chin, and black heads on her nose. Delightful. At this point, I'm a couple hours in. I just don't even really see the silent G's anymore. Llama, tell me about the wand. Small black wand is a wand. And a rather boring one, too. Skinny, dull little black rod with off-white ends. Llama, tell me about the dog. Yeah, we spent the first bit of time drawing a map. So here you can see here's a map of the game world, all the different rooms that you can visit. We're currently over here in the Llama's Cave. It's a fairly small and constrained area. It's a 7x7 square. On the north end is the witch's garden and her cottage. As soon as we enter into the witch's garden, we're trapped in there. In a couple turns later, she just turns us to stone and we lose the game. But like, there's almost no puzzles other than what the heck are we supposed to do? I guess that's a pretty good puzzle. Let me think about this. There's a big heavy rock with a bridle under it that's too heavy for us to push. So that could be a puzzle there. How do we move the rock to get the item underneath it? In the northwest corner, if we hang out up here for too long, an eagle snatches us up and deposits us into the eagle's nest, and the eagle's chicks eat us a couple turns later. I guess that's a puzzle in the sense that we have to figure out how to not get eaten by the babies. Maybe somehow we can recruit the eagle to our cause. There's a store on the southern end of the area with all these different items which we can use. I haven't found a use for any one of these. Well, I can take the shovel to the waterfall and dig, and literally nothing happens. But it could just be me not understanding what else to do. I haven't yet, but I could try and dig in every single one of these squares, but that seems unwise. Good necklace. Cheese sandwich. 5 keys, but only 4. Yeah, right. Text adventure. This is it. Dog. There's a roaming horde of dogs. Go to dogs. Swarm of dogs. Crowd of yapping little dogs. A bouncing mass of soft brown and white fur, floppy ears, and wagging tails. All barking at the top of their voices. Carrying a tiny whistle. See, there's a swarm of dogs just kind of roaming around with a whistle. How would you get the dogs to drop the whistle? Dogs, drop the whistle. You ask them. Oh, they didn't hear! Or they pretended not to hear. Dogs, hello. Swarm of dogs said, "Hello, how are things with you?" This is a like deeply absurd game, by the way. Just the entire setting, the tone, everything about this is completely just bonkers, off the wall absurd. It's really good. Dogs, follow me. Dogs, will you help me? I'm not sure I can. Dogs, may I have the whistle? That isn't possible. Dogs, blow the whistle. Oh, thank you, Zib Android. You're welcome. Hey, Sana Tukai, welcome. So I can give items to these dogs, but nothing seems to come of it. Give coin to dogs. Now they just have the coin. Dogs. Nymph. Ask or take the whistle from the dogs? Swarm of dogs stop the nymph. What the heck? So I can issue commands to the nymph because she's like a party member. That's the only thing of note that I've accomplished in this 2.5 hours. Is we got the nymph to follow us around. The nymph is looking for Mr. Right. Ingrid misunderstood that as if she's looking for a person by the name of Mr. Right, but the nymph is like looking for a husband. And there's like a total of 4 people in the world. Swarm of dogs stop the nymph. Back up. I need to get my coin back. I don't want to lose an item like that. Let me look at my items again. I have a coin. Small round coin decorated on one side with the head of a long dead king, and the other with a picture of a plump little bird. Soft, almost shapeless fungus of sickly yellow and of the type often found in dark, damp places. Kinergy VT, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I like to play cool old games. Oh, I do a variety of games. Today we're doing a text adventure. I like puzzle games, action, RPG, all sorts of old dank stuff. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Now this game does have a hint. Maybe we should look up a hint. Let's try and get something going. I did prepare in advance. I do have a copy of the hint file, which you had to send away for. Where'd I put it? Let's take a peek here. Let's just get a little nudge in the right direction so we're not just aimlessly stuck forever. So at the moment, I am aimlessly stuck. Gnome Ranger, just a second here. Fix the cropping. So this is the hint sheet that you had to send away for? The clue sheet starts with lists of things from each part of Gnome Ranger. First general hints, objects, people, and places from part 1, then the same list for parts 2 and 3. Look down the appropriate list to find what you want to know about. Then look up the bracketed numbers. They're sticking to it. After it to find the answers. When words in the answers have capital letters, that means they can be looked up in turn. General hints in part 1. Beginning the game, finding things, finishing part 1. Ingrid in Wonderland? A multiple choice game book? Game background, going places, ordering people about, scoring versions. Alright, let's just start with beginning the game. Details 529. Oh dear. "529. Ingrid knocked on the door and followed the centaur inside. C536. Ingrid got the envelope and ideally the 66. This part was about animals, so next she helped the blank blank blank, not really an animal, blank and blank, then C3. What? 66. Shovel. This part's about animals. Shovel. So we're supposed to use the shovel. Creatures and people in part 1. Albatross, centaur, chicks, dog, dog swarm, eagle, guinea pig, grindleguts, horse, leprechaun, orc, pixie, grindleguts. Oh, we're getting a little bit too far into the weeds here. Yeah, Grindleguts is he you play as in Night Orc. Oh, what? Okay. Shovel. Shovel. So I guess we want the shovel. That's a good enough nudge in the right direction. Let's go in. Take shovel. So the centaur here runs a shop. This part of the game's about animals. What does that mean? Piece of armor, backpack, necklace, lamp, rod, keys, cheese sandwich, map. Is the nymph an animal? Never looked at her. She was a strikingly beautiful nymph, her slender, perfectly proportioned form clad in a gown of gossamer fineness. Hair of woven moonlight and sunbeams framed a face as fresh and delicate as a woodland flower. Her rose-petal lips were parted in shy surprise to reveal small teeth of a translucent pearly whiteness. Her arms were bare and showed a skin of softest peach. Her feet were bare and had got muddy, carrying a fragile flower. Okay. Cool. So, shovel. Now, if we go to the waterfall, oh, rainbow, beautiful waterfall. We can dig on this screen with the shovel. Ingrid dug energetically, pitting the ground with a series of small, deep holes, but found only earth and stones, 3 broken china plates, and a pair of long earmuffs, which were immediately reclaimed by an angry rabbit. Rabbit? Suggest you forget about it. What? Dig with shovel. Three broken china plates? It's not important. Really, it isn't. Again, this is the only room that I found that has a response to the dig command. I don't, what? But this just seems like a joke. Long earmuffs, which were immediately reclaimed by an angry rabbit. I can't do anything with the rabbit. The earmuffs? So only put there for decoration. How mysterious. Very mysterious. At the base of a waterfall. It's a waterfall. There's got to be a secret cave behind it. A high cascade plummeting down the rocks at the head of the valley in magnificent splendor, boiled and tumbled into the stream below, filling the air with a cloud of spray. Can't look behind waterfall, can I? No. Can't go in the waterfall. Go through waterfall. If I try to dig anywhere else, we get this response. Dude, that didn't help me at all. hint, 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 hint. Okay. Dude, these open-ended hints. Make it hard for me to know what the heck I'm even supposed to... Like, what am I even stuck on? I'm stuck on not knowing what it is I'm supposed to do. Finding things. Details, 550, okay. To find the rainbow, for example, Ingrid could just use find rainbow, go to rainbow, or run to rainbow. If an object was present in the game, any of these commands would move her as near to it as possible, but without solving puzzles blocking the way. Okay. Finishing part 1. It feels like that's getting ahead of ourselves. Having recruited everyone C7, Ingrid needed to defeat the witch. Okay, well that confirms that the goal is to defeat the witch. First recruit everybody and then defeat the witch. So... What? $5.29. $5.36. Okay, next she helped the 85. Eagle. Okay, we have to help the eagle. We have to use our shovel to help the eagle. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Don't try and spoil too much. We picked up the shovel. Now let's try and help the eagle. Do a save here. And run to eagle. Ingrid could see the eagle. She flew southwest. Follow the eagle. Eagle. Hello. The eagle said, hello, how are things with you? Ingrid saw an eagle circling directly overhead, great wings dark against the pale vault of the heavens, oft times blotting out the sun as she wheeled through the sky. Eagle, can I help you? Must be mad. So I'm guessing what we have to do is feed the eagle's chicks. Eagle started to dive towards Ingrid. Her shadow raced across the ground, growing ever larger and more menacing. So let's just wait, hitch a ride with the eagle. Snatched Ingrid up in her strong talons. With a steady beat of her massive wings, flew swiftly over the heathland, back to her nest on the pinnacle, dropped Ingrid from just above, circled around, came back in to perch on the ledge. The nymph was lost. Okay, goodbye. Eagle. So now we're in the eagle's nest. Let's do a save here. Save disk in. File name nest. Game disk. Interesting how saving our game consumed a turn. So that was probably unwise to save the game. chicks rose up over Ingrid in a squawking, feathery mass. She struggled and managed to push them off again. Eagle. Don't feed me to your chicks. Ingrid couldn't talk to several people at once. The eagle pretended not to hear Ingrid's request. The chicks came at Ingrid from all sides in a flurry of feathers. She shoved them away and backed into a safer corner of the nest, putting her hands over her ears to block out the frightful noise of eagle greed. The frightful noise of eagle greed. Oh dear. What am I supposed... Fungus? Hair? Shovel? Oh, I died. Copy protection. 38, line 7, 6, 7, 4. The troll crawled back under his... Oh, that's the copy protection scroll. Or the troll, okay. What is going on? When Ingrid peeped over the twiggy edges, she could see that the ledge was only just large enough for the nest. It was very nearly at the top of the massive pinnacle that rose from the heathland. The rock face fell sheerly away on 3 sides. There wasn't the tiniest foothold or handhold to be seen, and Ingrid had never known a rope that would be long enough to reach even halfway down. It was a situation requiring the deepest thought. And meanwhile, the eagle chicks were a pain in the nest. Ingrid could see some chicks in the eagle. Give fungus to chicks. It's like nothing I give to these chicks seems to prevent them from eating me. But we do have a few turns. They simply don't react to me giving them items. They take the items, just nothing happens. This is a hard game. I just can't seem to make anything happen. Yo, left empty, welcome. Yeah, this is the Atari ST version. It's got beautiful graphics. IB, welcome. Thank you for the 43-month resub. Powerful support. Oh, run the Mad Gear game. I got my hands full with Gnome Ranger. I can't think about gang activities. Like, I don't want to smack stuff. I don't want to resort to violence. Hit chicks with shovel. So let's resort to violence. Ingrid hit each of the eagle chicks hard over the beak. They looked startled and immediately stopped their squawking. The mother eagle was delighted. Oh my god, dude. Violence was the answer. Okay. Oh, ye bonny wee thing, she cried. That is the first moment's peace I've had for weeks. I'll be thanking ye, Mistress Gnome, and to show ye how grateful I am, I willna make ye stay for lunch. She took up Ingrid carefully in her talons and carried her down to the base of the pinnacle. Before flying off, she dropped a small silver bell into Ingrid's hands. If you need any help, my dear, just give a wee ring on this, and I'll be with ye before you can say porridge. Are you kidding me? Oh, okay. Take bell. What? What? Okay, that's the sort of game we're working with. I need to just reframe my entire approach to this game, the world, the puzzles. This is not human logic. This is deranged British adventure game logic. Sometimes you gotta smack a baby bird with a shovel to make progress. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. Like, we didn't kill them. We didn't even hurt them. We just shut them up for a little bit. And I assume we got points for doing so. 80 points! Oh, wow. That was worth 40 points. So 40 points for smacking baby eagle chicks with a shovel. Alright. This is out of control. This is completely out of control. Point to east. What? Okay, we can ring the bell to summon the eagle. Why? Ram save. Ring bell. Three turns for the eagle to arrive. Eagle, fly me to the moon. Gestured in acknowledgement. Okay. Oh, hello, Mistress Gnome. You'll be needing my help, I take it now. You must tell me what you'll be wanting me to do. I said, Eagle, fly me to the moon. Give a curt bow of acknowledgement. Yeah, we have the mouse cursor here, but all it does is lets us drag the picture up or down. What a cute little wand. Why would I use this eagle? How? Eagle, let me ride you? Eagle. Fly. What is even happening? Eagle. No, eagle. Follow eagle. Eagle, comma, follow me. There we go. So now the eagle should follow me around just as the nymph is. Toss-sember. I thought about calling it Atari ST-sember or something silly like that, but I haven't found any hobbits yet, Brain Versus. Although apparently there are orcs to come. I hide the mouse cursor when I'm not using it, so there's a little wand. Here's the mouse cursor, but I just throw it off the side of the screen. I really don't want to just resort to hints constantly, but like, what even? What even? What even? Eagle. How? What even? Eagle. 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 I'm completely at a loss yet again. I'm looking at my map here. What are you saying, Rankasau? Are you telling me, whoops, that that's not cute? I think this is a delightful gnome. King's Quest 3, dude. If this eagle has a random feather that it drops with a very low percentage, I'm not going to be happy about it. Let's go back. Go back in the corner. Juno, well, thank for the 10-month resub. That's Ingrid. That's who we're playing as. We are playing as her. She is the hero. All right, let's look up another hint. There's just like nothing to go off here. Like, the difficulty I'm having is literally not having any idea what I'm supposed to be doing. And that makes it very hard to make progress because it's just like this, like, what am I even doing? Where was the thing? 529, 536. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 different animals we need to help. We've helped 2 of them. Assuming that the nymph is one of the animals. 92. What's 92? Nymph. Okay, we already did nymph. $90. Leprechaun. Okay. Leprechaun. I have a rainbow. It must be the rainbow. Ingrid was beside a stream which was violently disturbed by the waterfall to the east of here. Exits led north, northeast, east, west, northwest. You could see a bright rainbow to the east. Let's go east. A pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Rainbow faded away tantalizingly as Ingrid drew closer, so that when she got to where the end might have been, she had no way of knowing if it was. Okay, go back to the west. So we're looking for a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow? To attract a leprechaun? It's a full rainbow of brilliant hue, an ethereal arc of vivid sparkling color, heavenly vault of pellucid polychromatic splendor, quite pretty too. No way of knowing if it was. So we can dig on this screen, which is presumably at the end of the rainbow. We can only find earth and stones, 3 broken china plates, a pair of long earmuffs, which were immediately reclaimed by an angry rabbit. So I'm guessing we need to figure out where exactly the end of the rainbow is to dig up the pot of gold. Or I could just be misled by the fact that the shovel lets me dig here, but nothing of value is gained from it. Find pot of gold. Find gold. Where? You tell me, game. Find leprechaun. Where? That's what I'm asking. Find rainbow. So how do you get to the end of a rainbow? Maybe this is like some sort of fairy tale thing that I'm not familiar with. Could see a bright rainbow to the east. Maybe we follow rainbow? Nothing happened, okay. Eagle. Find a leprechaun. Like, I feel like eventually I'll clue into the sort of thinking, the type of brainwave that the developers were in, and things will be a bit easier to work out. But this just feels completely impenetrable at the moment. Like, what am I supposed to? We have to help a leprechaun. I didn't even know there was a leprechaun. Nugget? What's the nugget? Brownish white quartz, thin veins of dark yellow. Could we like reflect the light through this quartz? For some reason? Hold nugget in air? I don't know. I already had the small nugget. Look through the nugget? It's very silly. Open the nugget. Couldn't have opened the small nugget. Yeah, the coin. Small round coin decorated on one side with the head of a long dead king. Does the coin help us gonna get to the leprechaun, maybe? Is there water in this room? Rainbow faded away tantalizingly as Ingrid drew closer, so that when she got to where the end might have been, she had no way of knowing if it was. We found the coin in a puddle of mud. There was a puddle of mud that had a coin in it. Save. Throw coin in waterfall. It the waterfall. Like, what? It the waterfall. Jump in waterfall. Wait, that was fun. Go in waterfall. Enter waterfall. Climb waterfall. Eagle. Eagle. Follow the rainbow. Northwest. Where are you going? This is hard. I really can't even think of anything to do. Ring bell. Lank hair. Eat the hair. Yuck. Dig. I assume there'd be a cave behind the waterfall. Yeah, that only makes sense. In a fantasy adventure, there's always something hidden behind the waterfall. But if there is, I can't seem to access it. Can't look behind the waterfall. I can't go in the water. I can't go behind waterfall. No, just doesn't even accept that. Hint. This is terrible, dude. I'm floundering. Leprechaun. Where? 552. Appeared to protect its croc. What? C60? Huh? Rainbow, where? 404, detail 692, 404. Only visible from just west of the waterfall, C430. If Ingrid moved towards it, it moved too, C473. So she could not visit its end herself. What? Okay, we have to coordinate with our party. Save. Nymph. Go east and tell me what you see. Does that work? What? Nymph, follow me. Go back over to the west. So do we just have to guess that there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow? Even though we can't see it? And we have to tell the nymph, go east, get gold, and then give gold to me? Return from the north. Why'd you return from the north? What is going on? Nymph. find the end of the rainbow? This is so confusing. The leprechaun appears to protect its croc. What's a croc? Rainbow. Let's get my eagle friend back. Eagle, follow me. Okay. Eagle. Like, what am I even trying to do here? I don't get it. I didn't expect the game to be this hard. Now, this is the second game from this company that I've played. A Night Orc. The game that they made and released directly before this did not put up this level of resistance. I was actually able to make it a fair way in before needing to resort to hints. Here, I'm just like, I'm simply not connecting on the right wavelength to understand what in the world is being asked of me. There's something I'm not grasping. It just hasn't clicked. And the thing that hasn't clicked is literally everything. Like, just smacking a baby bird with a shovel. That was a puzzle solution. I gotta think on that level of logic. So if we're trying to help a leprechaun, do we have to take the rainbow? Fantasy. Take eagle. Take the rainbow. She couldn't have taken the bright rainbow to the east. What? What? Do we have to disrupt the rainbow somehow? How do you disrupt a rainbow? Eagle. Fly into the rainbow. Dude, this is a disaster. Hint. Hint, 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 hint. 489. She needed help to get the gold. C672. Ingrid gave the shovel to the nymph, stood looking at the rainbow, and told her to go east and dig. After a while, Ingrid followed. But if we're following the hints, then I don't even have the nymph in my party at this point in the game, but okay. Give shovel to nymph. No, I do have the nymph. Or the shovel. Nymph. Wait. Give shovel to the nymph. Nymph. Wait. Nymph. Go east and dig. Wait. Goodbye to ye, wee lassie. I must away and feed my wee bairns again. They're awfully hungry. They're awful hungry all the time, but at least ye showed me how to keep them quiet. She flew off with powerful, steady wing beats. The nymph dug near the base of the rainbow, following Ingrid's signaled directions, and unearthed a crock of gold. Well, there's the leprechaun. So, digging was correct. You did need to dig at the base of the rainbow. It's just something that I couldn't do myself. I guess I was close to coming up with that, just didn't put two and two together. It was significant that we were able to dig on the screen where the rainbow would have ended. It just fantasy logic means fantasy video game logic means if we're standing on this tile, there's nothing there. But if we're not standing on this tile and somebody else is there, then something is there. It's just completely like fever dream fantasy absurdism logic. because the nymph isn't the main character, and so therefore the rainbow doesn't dissolve when the nymph goes over there to dig. But we're the main character, so it does dissolve when we visit that tile. That room, rather. Leprechaun was standing near the waterfall, sobbing into a green-spotted hanky. Sure and begorra, he wailed. Now my gold has been found. I will lose all my powers. Ingrid was most touched and tried to console him. After a while, his little shoulders stopped heaving up and down. He wrung out his hanky, blew his nose loudly, and said, See now, I'll make a bargain with you, young maid. If you return that there gold to me, I'll help you defeat the witch. Okay. Give gold to Leprechaun. Take gold. The leprechaun sang a sad song about gold. Ingrid said sharply that silence was golden, but only made him worse. Okay. Give gold to leprechaun. Gave the crock of gold to Leprechaun. Leprechaun beamed to Ingrid. Thank you kindly. You're a warm-hearted slip of a girl, to be sure. 'Tis certain I must help you, as I am the only one who can touch the witch's wand without turning to stone. If you're ever needing me at all, just snap your fingers and I'll be there in 2 shakes of a shamrock leaf. Okay. Score. Big points. We got 40 more points for digging up the gold and giving it to the leprechaun. So we have to snap fingers to summon leprechaun. Ingrid snapped her fingers and leprechaun teleported in, but misjudged the height. For seconds he hung in the air above Ingrid's head, then fell heavily, flattening her to the ground. To be sure, gasped Leprechaun, it was a good thing you were there to break my fall. Leprechaun, follow me. Nymph, give me the shovel. Nymph, follow me. Alright, well, I have solved almost nothing by myself, but we're making progress with the power of the hint sheet. It's not very satisfying progress, is the thing. It's like, we could just walk through our way through this, but that's not fun at all. That being said, I have no idea what we're supposed to do next. We have 3 helpers. We have 3 helpers out of the 5. So, llama and swarm of dogs, maybe? Maybe? Wait, I wanted to look at the leprechaun. Oh, he went northwest. I told you to... Short, stocky leprechaun with curly red hair and beard. His shoes, trousers, tunic, and cap were of the same emerald green as his eyes. There was a resigned dejectedness to his face, as of one who had stashed a bottle of vintage Guinness and has since forgotten where. I thought so too, Lasso, but it hasn't helped me yet. I'm just trying to think of something else to do. Dang. This is baffling. I feel bad using so many hints. Like, it really just doesn't... Just don't know what to do, though. Save. Save disk in. File name. We'll call this good. Alright, take care, Paru. Thanks for watching. Oh, I think we're going to wrap it up here. It's been a solid 5 hours. And I am completely lost as to what to do. I think we're going to pause it here and pick things up from this point. I'm not going to give up on the game. I want to keep playing this. Even if that means just simply walkthroughing my way through. But that's just not fun. It's just not fun is the thing. I wasn't expecting this to be so hard. Sure, and it's been a delight to be talking to you, but now it's time I was on my way. Okay. So yeah, we'll pause it here for now. This is a good stopping point. We'll go to the llama. Run to llama just to get another glimpse at the llama. There he is. There's the llama, our dear friend. Yeah, I completely have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. Let's pause it here. What a game. What a game. What a game. Ah, Drod! Gnome Ranger. Thank you for watching, everybody. We'll pause it there for the day. We'll pick things back up again tomorrow. Play some more Gnome Ranger tomorrow. Hopefully things will go a bit smoother. But man, oh man, is this game just seemingly impenetrable. But it's really cool. Like, I really like the writing. I really like the graphics. I really like, look at, how could you not like that? I really like the world and the environment, and just the atmosphere of the game. So I do want to keep playing it. I just can't figure anything out, which is most unfortunate. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the resubs. Thank you for the cheers. Thank you for the multiple raids. Thank you, Akiyashi Mario, for the raid. Thank you, One Short Eye, for the raid. Thank you, Abs Nerdity, as well, for the raid. Let's do this again tomorrow. Let me find somebody to pass y'all on to. What a weird game, dude. What a weird game. Maybe I just need to, like, I don't know. Get really drunk. And then I'll be able to think in the sort of absurd moon logic necessary to actually crack these puzzles. But I just don't know, man. I just don't know. We'll do it again tomorrow, though. Thank you for watching. Let's raid. Who's on? Oh, Digital Basic is doing a subathon. We'll send you over to Digi. Looks like they're playing some Mario Kart right now. All sorts of shenanigans going on. Take care, everybody. Thank you for watching. We'll be back at it again tomorrow. Farewell. Take care. See you next time. Adios. Bye-bye.